As we are once again alive upon the internet. So I realized that, well, I made the decision to play some Div1 first. I didn't actually change the categories. Let's fix that. And yeah, let's right away check for bit rates and all that jazz. There we go, that all looks good. And so is my audio. Yes. Yeah, let's jump in. I want to get some dailies in quickly, as I didn't do so today. Usually I'll take 15 minutes or something, or an hour. Well, that's a big difference, 15 minutes or an hour. 15 minutes or half an hour to just get them done in the afternoons or something. Today I was messing around with something else, getting some Lengmo with the watch alt we got yesterday.
Agent, let's talk.
And I was
now entering a safe area.
learning how to make a counted script, or a counted macro, basically a macro that counts as well. So that'll actually be pretty useful for a bunch of stuff. But yeah, what are the dailies? We can just get these in quickly. Maybe do a named run or something and then go back to Div2. So LMB normal, 10 standard items, and 10 Dark Zone Riders. Oh yeah, so pretty easy. Let's go get the Riders first, and then the LMB, and then we'll craft the items. That doesn't sound hard.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only.
And hey there, I see.
Backup activated. System rebooted.
Took a nap right before the stream, and I got up way more tired than I went into it. I feel. But yeah, I kind of needed a little bit of rest. I hadn't slept enough. And for riders, I always go around here. And basically DZ1 and 2 is where riders are. Should be more than 10 here. So I should go clear our back a little bit. And in this character, I'm running a 10k stamina striker. Which, as you can kind of see, you can stand in front of a bunch of enemies for quite a while. Which is kind of nice, actually, just for running around and getting shit done. I actually really like this. I can totally see the appeal. We're just gonna run. I'll leave these guys alone. They'll get to live. Actually, for a second there, it showed the name of the person starting the extraction.
Attention. Exiting Dark Zone.
Hey,
doesn't do that in Div2, does it?
you're dead.
It was always just for like a second, so it's easy to miss it. But yeah, let's go get on this end and get some of the black dust. LME. The other,
Many thanks.
the other white meat, the other white disc. There's only 10 of them.
This place is a set.
I don't know why we went to that accent for the 10. Guys, we'll pick up everything. We'll go for 2 named groups. That should be 10. one would think. Should looked how many we had there. This is definitely going to be more than enough here. Yeah, let me get you here for a second. There's a new DZ for the Brooklyn DLC. Do you really though? Because one of the biggest issues with the DZ now is fragmentation. You know, there's 3 DZs, so you know not everybody's gonna all together. First up, I'm just gonna straight up tell you, like, it's basically a 0% chance that there's gonna be a DZ with the new with the DLC. I don't think they will find it worthy enough to spend the time on it. But yeah, I would also just make the problem of fragmentation even worse. Now you have, you know, instead of being spread over 3 DZs, which is one of the problems, is now it's spread over 4. Doesn't make it better. But yeah, I would like, I would be willing to bet even significant sums of money against against any chance of any new DZ. Likely ever. Partially as well, just the amount of the player base that is even willing to consider playing DZ is just way too low. Kind of the same issue that the raids have. And while the raids at least kind of create a little bit of hype around it with a first world first raid kind of race and stuff like that, DZ really doesn't have that at all. Like, you can at least with the other ones kind of put it to marketing, but oh, it's a good bite in there. How are your hopes? Overall, I just hope it's like a new area to kind of explore. I kind of just want Wony, another Wony, but you know, new missions, new area to kind of explore. They've kind of already played their hand that it's not going to be a new faction in there. I would have loved, you know, they've brought back Rikers and Cleaners with Warlords of New York. They could have, I feel, maybe brought back LMB. But story-wise, you can always make it make sense. Just, hey, there's still this contingent of them over here that we never dealt with. Go deal with them or something. Let me actually, seeing as we need to craft 10, let's go grab a crafting macro and just let it do its work. It's annoying how long the press is in Division 1. You have to press that button for quite a while. It failed on the second. Wait, what? Is it timing too? Okay, no. It's just that one. First time watching a case stream. Been a while since I've seen Div1 gameplay. Yeah, actually, next week likely we'll be playing a lot of Div1 again, as it'll be a global event. Most of the weeks that there is a global event in Div1, I'm just spending most of my time in Div1. Here though, just getting some of the dailies in. Wait, it's not popping up the thing. Wait, am I silly? Did I just wait? What? Deconstructed. It's not crafted. It's deconstructed. That makes sense as well because also it's 10. Usually that wouldn't be all that. So yeah, we just need to get 10 items. I might hang on to this one. But that's also then not too hard to get. We'll just get some of those name groups. Each of them drops 2 items, so get some items from them and then deconstruct them. What was I even looking at that purple? No, not 7.
Sorry you didn't see anything you like.
I'm awake, except barely, apparently. I got way too invested into trying to make a macro earlier today for getting some Legmo stuff in, and then I kind of shifted some of my work stuff to a little bit later, and then that caught up with me a little.
You want it, I got it.
I'm just gonna damn bad. But I did make a macro actually that can just buy Legmo, and then every 100 items basically ish,
I'll be here if you
it'll
change your mind.
deconstruct them and then buy again and deconstruct them. And yeah, let's put that one in the stash. So this one, destructive, predatory, determined, like as is, could be useful even. Some of the builds I have. Look at all three, right? And yeah, we'll go to the next character and do the same. That's what I've kind of been doing actually. Not every day, but a lot of days in Division 1. Either in the afternoons or sometimes even after the evening stream. Am I getting all those 3? I get 75 per character. Div tech. That means 300 across the characters, which is 6 optimizations, which isn't too bad. So slowly building up enough resources to like optimize all my builds, or a lot of them, because in Division 1 as well, in Division 2 as well, like a fully optimized build versus a half optimized build is quite the difference. Especially on the weapons, although the weapons I've mostly done already. Yeah, so let's see if we get the same session. Because otherwise we'll just head more like this way and get the gas station and the thing up there. And the minister. How am I doing?
This area
A little tired, but fine overall. Took a nap right before stream, and I actually kind of
Transmissions jammed.
woke up more
Proximity
tired than I
coverage
went
only.
into it. But
Backup
kind of
activated.
fine.
System rebooted. Warning.
But I got a lot of
Entering
work
zone.
stuff done today. I even got to mess around with
Warning.
getting
You are now
some
leaving the safe area.
other things in there. These guys are just fighting those cleaners that are always here. Running Predator's mark on this one. I feel this might be a thing they could do with True Patriot, actually. Although more so Sentry would be kind of the idea. I feel because they haven't used the spreading mechanic here as well. If I have that one perk where if I get a bleed going, it can spread to nearby enemies. Same for Sentry. Whenever you get basically stacks on an enemy, if you shoot him again, it might spread basically. And that mechanic could actually work, I feel, as a thing that they could add on to True Patriot to maybe make it not just that, but that on top of a damage buff. Like if it spreads from itself and you don't have to like shoot other enemies, but you basically just kind of shoot one enemy and then maybe even that as well. On headshots, it spreads to nearby enemies. Kind of a opportunistic that then, you know, you just kind of automatically spread to nearby enemies. And there we got our 10.
Where the hell? Gotcha. Better odds.
For a second there, I thought that guy was a rusher. We'll go back and get through this. Is it this street? Yeah, this is. We'll get through here. Yeah, let's go get some LMBs and get some loot as well. the point on the Z, but bringing back the LME faction would be a nice addition. People can remember the
Attention.
Lexington.
Hazard levels normal.
Oh, likely the Lexington, I would imagine. Although, depends. Maybe like I'm gonna guess Lexington, they'll just rerun the event maybe twice a year or something, or maybe even once a year. Like for ages, we used to have the, you know, the special hoarder only with Christmas. Now at least they've kind of come to the realization they should have it like every 2 months. That's also why they're adding in so many of the events. This is all basically just, you know, extra moments for those kind of items to happen. There, I killed 2 other ones just with the spread there. I'm not doing aggro this stuff in the back. We'll go over there. But also, yeah, I don't think they'll be bringing back LMB. They would have put that in that trailer. That trailer were specifically cleaners. If they were gonna do it, they would have put it in that trailer, I feel. Although they did put a new kind of enemy tag. Although they didn't... I would have loved for them to just added that for this season just into just the spawn pool of hyenas, kind of. Because with the master mission of last season, they added hyena rocket launcher ladies. And they're basically just in there, of course, at the time. I would love for them to just add them to the pool spawns, basically. Because they've done that in the past as well. We didn't start with 3 warhounds. I don't remember exactly, because I'm kind of foggy on if it was Woni or if it was... or if it was when Pentagon and DARPA came out. I'm gonna guess it was Woni. But then even with Woni, they were available basically, you know, they made them spawn everywhere. And they put them in like other places as well. That's what I'm hoping for, is that's not a buggy mess. That's kind of like the biggest hope. Just something, you know, it doesn't need to be perfect, but good enough, and then maybe a slice of a map and a few missions that maybe are decently put together. Although overall, the thing as well is with people going like that they want missions, a lot of those exact same people are also the people that don't want to ever do the New York missions, because they of course suck, according to them. Which is kind of... This is also actually why I'm not against what they're doing now with the modifiers and stuff. Honestly, I think the same contingent of people that are the loudest about content is also the people that, you know, goes like, New York is shit and don't ever want to go there, where, you know, it's basically content. It's just content they don't want to engage with. Yeah, let's go for these ones. We'll get just a few more items, because we'll just kill the bosses, get the items, deconstruct those. Because we'll go this one and Bullet King. Those are, I feel, the least runny ones. I should be more than enough items to deconstruct. So these guys are guaranteed 2 drops at least. Let's go get Bulking too. Should be enough, right? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a guaranteed 10 pieces. Boom! I think the news, but I think the people that are
Now entering a safe area.
because they're at the watch out instead of. Sure. Oh, I don't think many people are left that are still watch outing through that
Now
method.
exiting the safe area.
Because even without that, like the normal invaded missions and stuff and replaying them is already, like, even if you're doing it solo, it's kind of faster. The thing with most of them is I enjoy them quite a bit more as well. Mostly because they're not just boss spawns, unload into boss. That was it. Right? In a bunch of places, it has a little bit of mechanics, and especially if you make the right choices with build and stuff, you can make them quite a lot easier. Kind of like the same with DARPA. A lot of people dislike DARPA because, yeah, it has like the drone room and stuff, but you can trivialize them. My tongue really doesn't want to do that word today.
Just who I was looking for.
With just, you know, 1 eclipse in the team is gonna make that trivial. But yeah, they don't. So for like the boss fight of that, people go like, it's very shitty. It's not. It's actually, I quite enjoy it because it's very much a fight where you're put at a disadvantage. There's a sniper overlooking it. There's mortars. You can't sit still much, and you have to kind of overall deal with some ads first, and then with the boss, and then you get even more ads. But it's, again, not just the boss spawns, everybody unloads into it, and it's over.
Feast your eyes on Manhattan's best selection.
What I would love actually is if they put like 2 or 3 missions in there, and they're with master as well, like actual extra hard difficulty. Although, well, master in the end wasn't like extra hard, but master still, like, I want to matchmake it for me personally, for instance, or just, you know, want to do it with the purple build or something. I feel there's more they could do with that master difficulty as well for that, maybe. It's also nice to now have like a difficult, because that was likely the reason they went with that, is just to separate it from legendary, because legendary has specific connotations. It's White Tusk, you know, it's in Division 2 strongholds, or just, you know, just missions especially. Because even Division 1, it's basically, you know, LMB. But not the normal LMB only.
Best gear in the city.
With Master, they can just do other factions and stuff, and it still, like,
You are now entering a safe area.
doesn't erode the meaning of that word, kind of. Also, a difficulty that isn't per se like, as legendary is still a step above, quite a step above Master difficulty. Let's go again here. What am I doing running on this character at the moment? I have an Alpha Bridge. I've been enjoying that quite a bit. Striker on. Yeah, let's go with Alpha Bridge. And then next week as well, we'll be actually playing this quite a bit.
Jammed.
Starting the
Proximity
14th.
coverage
Actually.
only.
Yeah.
Backup
Next week,
activated.
Monday.
System rebooted.
Because we'll have
Caution. Entering dark
the next
zone.
global event, whose name I've already forgotten again. But yeah, there's a it's posted in a bunch of places. So.
This is our house.
And I especially love having like multiple of the links up and just bum rushing stuff. This could also be a decent idea to bring to Div2, although well we don't have the tack links, which just kind of is the which is the core of this. I think it still makes something work. What I could do as well, actually. Yeah, let's maybe do that. Maybe we extract some items. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be pretty empty in the DZ. Is anything getting hit? Oh, there's some people landmarking. I will try. I'm gonna grab a few of these caches and just extract. Don't mind the DZ credits either. Kind of building back up. I had a mill and a little bit, and then I spent it on like a bunch of mods and 2 weapons. But I'm slowly building it back up. That's our riders then. These guys just don't give much, but they're easy. Yeah, let's maybe take the long road and we'll try to get those cash. What's this one?
Warning. Now entering a contaminated area.
I saw a player there. They choose to engage me. This isn't the build that would win a fight.
Exiting the contaminated area.
He's over there. And I'm gonna let him know I'm here. Although likely it's a person doing the exact same thing I'm doing, which is just getting the DZ project in. As these aren't looted, we'll loot all these. It'd be cool to bring the Div2. They already did with Striker stuff console. Well, it's not that they just brought it over, but they designed it into. It's definitely a difference. It's not just taking the code from one to the other. The thing is though that you would just have to redo. You're threading stuff. It's pretty easy because if they did that too much as well, it would be just they're just doing. They're being lazy and. But there are still a few things they could, or parts of gear sets that they could kind of consider. Either adding to certain things or just... Because I think, for instance, Reclaimer could work with Hives in Division 2. Because even there we have an offensive version, so it's actually even more interesting. Do you throw it at the enemy or do you throw it at your allies? Okay. Yeah. This guy's seekering. And I have 9 items. And this guy has been kind enough to call it in for us. We're just gonna help clear here. He chooses to engage me. I don't really stand a chance, but well, as long as they're not.
Extraction of cargo now in progress.
But even a little bit. So, you see him in the back there, like that's obvious. I'm just gonna put my shit under rope. And then I'm just gonna go.
Ready to bring it on board.
Do some. It's waving. And I'm just gonna go away. Once they put their shit on the rope, they can't cut it. So unless they have a buddy nearby and they're playing like 40 chess. Also, if I really want to cut it, I'll just go get some items from the thingy spin. It's also, yeah, that's said earlier. I think the
Attention.
spread mechanic
Exiting dark
from
zone.
Don't waste
Sentry
my
Skull
time.
could actually be a good way to have some personality on True Patriots. Like, you give it a bit bigger damage buff, but then also, like, if you for instance do headshot enemies or something, this has a chance to spread to nearby enemies, and you could debuff more enemies than just the one quickly. That could make for interesting. That could help it out. Also, one of the things I didn't know till recently is that actually the DZ funds amount and division tech amounts of the yellow and the green ones is the same, actually. I always thought the green ones had more. It's also so annoying. The DZ crates actually require a much longer press to, like, open. Meaning they also, like, if I were to macro them,
This
there
is
would
the
be a
shit you
different
need.
macro. So which ones did we get already? We haven't done the combat one either yet. Let's go here first, because there might be more than done just here. Quite often. Because I can even get the guys on the street here if they're here. Talk about aggro. I've had works in Div2. I mean, anything specific? Because it's basically, it's the, if you're familiar with like any MMO ever, and underlying it is likely the same system. Wait, why are these so, aren't these bigger than normal ones? Or is it just because they're up against the wall? Never realized that. I got sidetracked. So there's basically a bar underneath in the, you know, you don't see it, but it's there. And you shooting the enemy will add to it. It's definitely, so in Division, one thing we can definitely say, it's proximity based and it's damage based. So you need to be either doing a lot of damage to get the aggro, or more specifically, of course, if you want to like keep the aggro away from allies. One of the ways is to add proximity. Daggy, could you run away? Miss my sticky. You can do less damage and be closer and still pull aggro. One of the times it can be, although yeah, we just had it, so it'll be a while till it's around again. But as HD exposed, as of course, you know, when you have threat of the enemy, when you have their attention and have their actual aggro, then you get the charge. And especially if you're, you know, if you have someone willing to test with you or something, if you find a heavy, you can kind of play around with it. Like if you shoot them a little bit with a weaker build, you'll notice that like a stronger build can kind of pull the, like generate more threat and then pull the aggro away.
This battalion is the only family I
And also, yeah, to make it clear, so we talk about two terms there. One is threat, one is aggro. So threat is just the bar filling up. Everybody at all times is like, you know, when we're shooting an enemy, we're building up threat on them. And then aggro is specifically having the enemy target you. Thing is though that in Division, we don't have anything. So in MMOs, you would have things like taunts and fades. So tank would, for instance, they would have a taunt. You target that enemy, you hit that button, you generate a lot of threat. More so than just proximity and doing damage to them. And then stuff like DPSers might have stuff where they can press a button and they lose a lot of threat, like fading away or like cloaking or, in a lot of games, DPSers have like an option to kind of just disappear from, or like lose a lot of threat just so they can, pop that at the time that's needed. But Division doesn't have that. Well, we do have the threat mechanic on for instance, the decoy. It's not in other places, which is also weird because okay, let me get these two. Because on the shield here in Division 1, we do have threat. On 2 we don't. Because if we actually go here, go to the shield, one of the things we have here is threat increase. But also actually, so in Division 1, one of the things as well is you can have suppressors which decrease threat. So all of these have minus threat. And then you have loud vent breaks and stuff which increase threat. That's the fourth stat, it's not showing it here. But yeah, that's kind of stuff we don't have into. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, there's definitely an aggro system underneath, because of course there is. Otherwise, it would just be full random. So some people that go like, there is nothing there. No, there definitely is. It's not super controllable on our end. But definitely, for instance, a PFE running up against an enemy and kind of damaging them, they do, of course, a lot less damage than a full red striker shooting them. And you'll notice that the PFE will still keep the aggro if they're close and doing a lot of damage versus, or a decent amount of damage, and then a striker holding back and doing a lot of damage. Yeah, on to the next one. In the crazy give difference amounts on caches. Yeah. No. I think there both of them were giving 2 to 8, weren't they? We can go back into the footage there. Like neither of their numbers was changing. Because the DZ credits amount is definitely the same. Which is much more. Oh no, yeah, one of them is 2 to 5, you're right. So is the other one 2 to 8 then? But yeah, I was more interested in the... Oh yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. But I'm much more interested in the DZ amounts, because the div tech is not a significant amount. Anyway. It's more just, I always thought you got like a lot more from the... I remember always making an attempt to get those green caches out, especially because I thought they gave more... they gave more DZ credits than they did, but... it can't... I'm doing high damage and they'll run past me 20 minutes. So, no. Once you kind of understand the system, it's very predictable. Like, you can also see it with SHD exposed. What will kind of quite often happen is that enemies, especially when they spawn, they might have a waypoint that they're just trying to get to. In Division 1, it's very clear. Like, when they spawn for bounties and stuff, they have a waypoint set. Their objective is just to go there before they're kind of actually engaging. In Division 2, it happens less, but there's still plenty of places where enemies spawn and they'll create a waypoint for themselves because they didn't have a line of sight to the players. And if you're close and their waypoint is behind you, yeah, they'll run past you. They're not per se engaging anything at that time. They're just trying to get to that waypoint. And then they'll start engaging. So, but that's something completely different than like the threat system not working. But it's very consistent, especially on... You can make it consistently work on a lot of stuff, especially, for instance, Extraction and countdown is one where you can use a pve to great effect, and you'll analyzing footage, you'll see that any enemy that's basically not being shot at the time, that's the enemies that will turn and fight players. Or basically will be, you know, not focused on the nearby enemy or like the PFE player in the middle there. Actually, yeah, I wanted to check this vendor because sometimes they do have some stuff for us still.
And thank you.
With the random stuff.
Take care of their...
Special broken. Two enemies still target your teammates.
Go in without this, you're dead.
It's not that you have threat so they won't start. I mean, that's not the way any MMO works. The second anybody starts doing damage to an enemy,
Transmissions
they'll
jammed.
start generating
Proximity
threat on that
coverage
enemy.
only.
If you're not shooting that enemy, if
Backup
you're not
activated.
interacting with that
System
enemy
rebooted.
as the D3, of course they're gonna pull the aggro off. Like that would be the same in
Entering dark zone.
WoW if you know, if
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
the tank hadn't taunted yet and, you know, the DPS does massive damage. It's definitely not a good system because, yeah, we don't have good ways of interacting with it. That's more the issues there. We don't have the options of, you know, hey, you pull out your shield, you generate like triple threat or something. But once you kind of understand the system, it's pretty consistent. Like you can see it happen basically, especially if you're watching footage back. Let me catch up here. Hey, is that it? Goodness, something there. Threaten D1 doesn't work. Never worked right. I would disagree. You can just run a loud vent break in a team that's all suppressed. It's like night and day basically. Anytime you shoot any enemy, their focus instantly shifts to you, basically, because everybody else is generating a lot less. Actually, I would say in Division 1 it works a little bit better because the shield, especially generating threats as well, means that you don't have to do the same levels of damage as like other builds. Did we get our 10? Yeah, we got it. Let's go get our LMBs. Or do we extract? Nah. That took longer than just getting these. And indeed, the tech is key. That's also, yeah, why I'm kind of getting my dailies in trying to every day. Recently I was actually up to 3K, and then like I got it all the way down. I think a few days ago I was on like 1.5 K, and I put that into the weapons of one of the characters, and then we're back on 0.
Attention. Hazard levels normal.
What are you waiting for?
Or it depends on like what you define as working right. Like they work to the specifications that are set. It's just that I would also agree that better choices could have been made there.
Warning.
But also I feel actually if Division had it would help blue builds, but it wouldn't per se like change much, honestly. The amount that the red players get hit is just too low.
I won't forget
in
this.
general, anyway.
Hey, nice.
But it might make some of the like raids and stuff more consistent.
You hear that?
Oh, broken. So I think we have a word difference there. Both of you are calling it broken. Broken means that doesn't work at all. Like swap speed in the past was broken. Like you could put into the stat, you would get nothing for it, right? Now it's no longer broken. We still don't pick it much, but it's not broken. So that's the. I feel that's the discrepancy there, especially. Neither system is both Div1 and Div2, yeah. But they're also not designed around like that kind of play of the trifecta of just having, you know, DPSers and a tank and a healer. That's also why I think they just don't lean into it. I'm here, Randy. Yeah, let me get here. Only targeting the team got into a room. This doesn't work, right? We'll try to work on it. I have different experiences than you in that. I mean, just that. Just run, get a team together. Everybody runs suppressors except you. And take that footage and run it up against just a normal one. There's also what you're, for instance, describing there, where they spawn. On spawn, the proximity is an active thing, but they'll still just random target on top of it. Like there is randomness in there, definitely. But that's also always in all systems, just because you don't want all the enemies targeting one player at once. So, especially when groups spawn, that's also why if you take it to 1 versus 1s, you can get more consistency out of it. Or at least see the consistency much better, because yeah, when they spawn, not all enemies will target the nearby enemy, the nearbyest enemy. That's just to prevent them just murdering the close by enemy instantly, or, you know, their enemy. So, but that's also the same for basically every MMO out there, where they use their spawn systems like that, kind of. Yeah, let's jump around. We got our LMB there, definitely. Yeah, let's get some of these easy names for some items. That's some does work, doesn't always work. The thing is that for consistency, if you make it 1 versus 1, or 2 versus 1, because if you need to have the same person generate a threat, then you'll notice that's very. But yeah, there is underlying systems like that, which also exist. Where
I'm gonna have a look.
But those are also, yeah, very common within this style of games, because you kind of have to, otherwise they spawn to instantly murder whatever is closest to them. Especially if, you know, if that player wasn't ready for it. Do you have a sniper build in this game? Actually, there's, I mean, Hunter's Fate is the go-to here. I actually have one. They're actually running it on this character. We need to wait for the cooldown here. Actually, let's grab it here. But yeah, there is no Headhunter Determined here. Although Determined is a talent, actually, in Division 1. That's completely different things. Why can't I load it? I'm in combat. I'm in combat, alright. Oh yeah. We'll grab it for the next one. What am I in combat with? Nobody's shooting now.
They're killing us.
Oh, I could have stopped there, actually. No, we'll survive this here. A few items. Kind of like Hunter's Fate in this game, definitely. Well, let's go jump there. Maybe we do a little bit of a named run. Just get a few items there.
You are now entering a safe
Although, as the
area.
title kind of says, I'm just here for a moment. But yeah, I wouldn't per se call either better.
Now
I
exiting the safe
personally
area.
definitely prefer Division 2. If I could only play one, that's the one I would play, but I don't have to pick. Doesn't also need to be better, because sometimes all you need is just to have something different. And on this you can build enough for just headshots being more than enough, especially for just... The thing is, with the open world like this, it's basically normal scaling. Or it might be hard, you know, what in Division 2 would be hard scaling of the open world. We can't set it just to all challenging or something like that. But yeah, with this, as long as I can start on a red, and then especially what I have here is disciplined, right? It's called, yeah. So if I kill something, the next shot is a critical, and that's more than enough to, if I just keep chaining headshots, to kind of take it to even named levels. And there are no just rifles in this game, because rifles didn't exist until 2. So we always have to deal with the MMR thing. Although this build as well, like the thing of it is, it actually needs to be... God damn it, there. It needs to be bolt action MMRs for Hunter's Fate. One of the nice things about Hunter's Fate, actually, strikers, when you get out of combat, it instantly drops the... I wasted the crit there. It's also, if I miss that shot, it still eats the crit. But the strikers, you lose it when it goes out of combat. This you don't. There's some value to there. And I like it quite a bit. But yeah, you have to actually hit headshots. There's no... Determined does other things in this game. It's funny that it's kind of meta in both games. For different reasons. Determined in here resets on kill, you get 7.5% in your ultimate skill. In your ult, basically. But actually, so Hunter's Fate for this, although I reloaded there and dropped my stacks. You need to remember that, yeah, that's the mechanic of this one. You get to keep the stacks, but there actually, if that was I hadn't missed the first shot, that would have been a one shot. Actually, while we're here, let's get some of those weapon parts and tools. One builds without classified gear. You can just make non-classified build. The downside is in Division 1 you don't have targeted. So honestly it's almost as hard to just get 4 pieces of striker together. And when you do as well, the things with classifieds especially is that you can reroll 2 stats. That's actually like one of the things that makes it so much more possible to have a actually optimized build kind of. But you could just make something... I did that actually on the second character on this account. I just put together some high-end pieces. Not even really paying too much attention to it, slap the weapon on it, and That was more than enough to contribute. Or just to get through challenging missions and stuff. You don't need classified per se. The thing is though that, for instance, yeah, next week there's a global event. And that's when you can get classified gear pretty easily. So you can kind of grind out the global event, do a bunch of stuff that is pretty easy, and you get global events credits for it, GE credits. And with those you can buy caches that will... And I think the next one also has Striker. So you can... If you have the ability to play a decent amount, because that's of course a thing as well. Like if you if you only have a few hours to play in a week, you won't have enough time to extract much of it. But if you are someone that, you know, can maybe put 10-15 hours in that week, you could likely get a Striker together, not perfect or anything, but enough that it's workable. So I should do, yeah, let's do a part of a name run actually. And they're Shahid. Did it take you to get the halves or pieces you want for how long is not, because yeah, I was just vendor doing vendoring stuff, because I basically paid watch points for it. It was on a vendor and just buying and selling. That was with the older macros, which were significantly slower than the newer macros. So it took a lot of time, but also yeah, it took around 18k-ish worth of SHD watch points in my case, and overall I seem to be in the lower amounts for that, because there are people that have spent double that to get them. So but in general as well, they're not needed. They're only really there if you're like really like hotshot headhunting and you want like the best of the best, and you're also several thousand SHD, and you know you're willing to do the depending on what your SHD level is.
Thank you.
But the thing is, for
Very generous.
you know, a player that's already 10k, it's that's, you know, that's 2 watch alts. If you're 2k, then it's 10 watch alts. So the game gifting me that one.
Taking care of business.
What? Who else is here?
It'll be our pleasure.
Oh, god damn it.
Don't waste no more time.
It's been a while since I've aggroed these guys.
Say your prayers.
I'm gonna say my goodbyes instead of saying my prayers. I'm just gonna at distance them. If I can, actually I can, right? This way. Because yeah, we need to be out of combat to fast travel. Something they luckily changed to just not having been shot in the last 10 seconds in Division 2.
I can't think in this cold.
And here, there's so for this that's what our pieces. I'll wait for that global event. Yeah, just
Readings indicate this area is
if you're
safe.
looking for some guides on what to do then and such, one of the creators you could go to, they still make stuff for Division 1.
You are now leaving the safe area.
They're a rarity, but Livid Fray. So Livid and then Fray. Livid Fray. Now I have a bunch of guides of stuff you can do during global events to get. But actually this, what I'm doing now, this named run, this is actually something you can do once in a while when the global event is up and get a decent amount of global events credits out of it. And these guys just spawn out of thin air. Again, I'm gonna outdistance these guys unless they're right here. Are they right here? Oh, they're right here. Oh, it's that cleaner. Quite often there's a group upstairs here, which is the... Of course, it's dropping. Is the thing that aggroes, and then they always suck because it's actually kind of hard to get to them. They're kind of, you have to go around the building to get to alleyway.
I can't wait.
This weekend, the one, not this week, next week. I love the one great game. Agreed. I mean, well, you don't have to have loved it. You can still love it. Still there. Still doing its thing. I'm gonna do. Imagine if they still supported the content. Yeah. Well, the thing is, of course, they kind of decided to go with 2-2. That I can kind of understand it from the back end as well. The things that they created for Div2 and the underlying structures that would have taken way much. It's sometimes easier to build a new building than it is to like demolish the old one and then build a new one.
We're all gonna pay, as far as I'm concerned. Get shot at! It's over with! It'll be our pleasure. Don't let him get Give it up to
As long as we're headshotting, we're dropping names as well. If I miss 2 in a row, that's when I do drop my... basically an amp bonus. The gear set bonus to my damage. It's also why I don't start with the elite. We can't drop them in one shot. Or the name.
Slim pickings.
These are ways to get better loot in Div1. Kind of depends if you have some people to maybe play with, although you could also, you know, actively go looking for some. There are still a few Discord communities. The aforementioned Live With Frey, for instance, their Discord is basically still geared towards people playing Div1, and there's a ton of people in there playing Div1. And you can matchmake and stuff. Legendaries, for instance, just everything okay, sir? I feel I'm gonna crash the server or something accidentally. I wish we had photo mode in Div1. Just to be sure. I'm not sure he was dead when he was dead anyway. Ragdolling in Div2, they've like capped it at like 5 seconds or something. It's pretty quick that they stop ragdolling. But the end of one, as like there, it's actually a lot longer that they allow them to ragdoll.
Around here somewhere. Can't hide from us. Revenge will be sweet.
Actually, on these reds, actually, once I have enough stacks, I can actually just body shot them as well.
Just thin in the herd.
A shot was on target, there was only a 3 in the way. Which was... And then we'd have to wait for it, like, way too long until the thing... So I did this guy. I think I did this... I mean, we're not gonna go for that one then. Did I do this guy? I might have, so let's skip that. Because we did these guys, maybe we did this guy and that guy then. But also, yeah, the global events. Because the thing is also, you don't per se need loots. You know, in the same way as Division 2, it's more, you know, getting the right stuff. The right stuff in Division 1 is especially, with the global events, getting classified gear. So much of Division 1,
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
once they introduce them with the classifieds, is about getting classifieds and just running those. And it's not easy to get a full set of classifieds outside of the global events because it's kind of full random. There is no target loot. So it's, you know, imagine in Division 2 trying to nowadays, like, you want to get a set of something and you don't have target loot. Like, you would just not even go for it and then just loot it up, and then once you have the pieces, just put it together then. But it will basically, you know, not be impossible, because it definitely isn't. Like, I used to do a bunch of named runs like this, and these names can drop classified pieces, so... He is dead. But yeah, with the global events, you can buy caches, and that's basically the targeted loot system of Division 1. That's really the only the only way to kind of go for it.
You are now entering a safe area.
I need a space. Wait, Div1. Yeah, just for a little bit. We'll actually just get these two last names in. Because I do want to actually get a little further with the eggs, of course.
Warning. You are now leaving the
Get
safe
today's
area.
item later on. Also, the scent should have rotated, so maybe if it's something like Rat or Envy, we might get a... the scent run in. I'll see from there. Yeah, indeed, I used to as well do the boss runs quite often. I remember sometimes even at work, because this was just before kind of, you know,
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
everything changed with the global pandemic back then. But I remember sometimes, like, before going to work, doing a run, and then kind of on my dinner break, just pulling out the laptop and doing a quick run. Because they reset every 4 hours, so... what? I mean, I'll take it, but... what? Server's a little drunk. So we know it's stagger him at least. So there's two of them. But one of the things as well that the stagger is kind of super annoying. So could throw a flashbang there. Let's just go flank. I mean the grenade tank. Division 1 as well. In cover, enemies poke out their heads much more often. They're really not great at taking cover in Div 1. So we can poke it off. Oh, it's Blackout, yeah. And yeah, indeed, next week. Starting Monday. And again, we'll spend a lot of time with Div 1 next week. Because, as with the others, my main goal is just to get... wait, which one did you say it was? Black Hat, that's this one. To get all of the commendations, so yeah. For Assault and Strike, we've gotten that. And then we'll go for... oh yeah, this is the Shock one, isn't it? Something with shock. I remember us reading the description of it at the end of last global event, but I've forgotten already. DG did a striker and tacticians.
Tired of this goddamn patrol.
All of them pretty good. But yeah, especially just getting a striker together. One of the things since the global events came back is I definitely, with that first one, I just made sure I had enough striker pieces to outfit all 4 characters with a striker setup. It's definitely a step above most of the others here. It doesn't mean that, you know, kind of in the same way as Div2. Doesn't mean everything else is useless.
Target is behind cover. Can't escape.
Stand still for a second.
In sight.
Sniper v sniper. Didn't even need to hit you. Let's take it back to base. Let's skip actually technically unnamed here. And I'm not sure I got actually all the Black Dusk ones, but I wasn't sure which ones we had gotten, so it's a waste to kind of go and get it there. Let's pop these. I was actually from the last global event. On 3 characters, I have 3 caches remaining. That's just to do the weekly HVTs. And then basically I'll do it on this character and then pop these caches, get some target intel back, and then do it on the 2nd character and then 3rd character. And so, because yeah, these are all.
Next time we talk, come on back when you want to talk.
Aaron Keener, never heard of him. Hope I never do either. And yeah, let me catch up here. John World 12, nice. Oh yeah, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. Although I would say like it's so this afternoon I had like an hour and a half to kind of play. And actually on 3rd account I just did the daily, the scout and the daily basically. And I ended that with like 250 out of 300 eggs done, and then I just did like, and I did just 2 activities. I just did like 2 public executions in West End for some bounties as well along the way. The downside of just choosing it with the guy is just, well, first of all, it's kind of tedious. The second is just you're also just not getting other XP and stuff or loot. So actually from those names, we got 1 classified piece of gear, which is this Deadeye piece. This piece could be made usable because we could DTE here and flip this to weapon damage even if we need it. Let's actually hang on to it. I'm going to put it in the stash. My Deadeye loadout is on some other character. So I'll pull it out there and check it. And if this was a little higher, because I have actually enough purple DTEs. But yeah, sometimes sometimes we do get the mags is sized. I'm better than that.
Hey, come on back sometime.
What was it again? Knee pad, right? Yeah. I'll let that other character figure that out. Yeah, let's actually jump over to some Div2. in the background as well. I'm gonna load up that and then also change the categories. Is that too early? That was too early. Yeah, let me change the categories real quick. I wish actually on Twitch that you could just favorite some of the categories or something. Because each time you have to just search for it, which is kind of annoying actually. Although at least with Division 2 doing Div space 2 gets me there kind of instantly. So, but for Division 1, you kind of need to actually, at least I found that you kind of need to spell out most of Division before it kind of pulls up, because there's a bunch of other games that, you know, Divinity, Original Sin, and stuff like that are in that list. So this is the only character that already has some eggs. I don't know, actually we did some eggs on the other guy, but that's day 1 only, so I guess we'll just do it on this character just to get caught up. No, bullets for us. Yeah, when I actually watched that back, I feel he was like way beyond. Because yeah, the server likely thought he was there. That's the actual answer, of course, but to me, he didn't seem like he was there. Yeah, let's take the Hunter's Fury tech tank. Not my preferred tech tank per se. Also, actually, yeah, let's get this, because we haven't yet. Does it actually show up here? Is it in this? Okay. Because yeah, we haven't bought this yet, which is the Rabbit Fire bundle. So wait, what is Rabbit about this? Why is this called Rabbit? Oh, this is Rat. Okay, that's cute. The camo pattern is rabbits. Is it easier to see here? At least like, or is it just a pareidolia effect kind of? No, there's a bunch of bunny ears in here. It's actually kind of harder to see. Okay, so that's what it's called that. Yeah, let's actually get that. And yeah, thanks everybody that has helped out with subbing and stuff like. Oh, wait, why is it not capturing Division 2? There we go. I had to reset it there. That was weird. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, the it seems to look like it is just some of the camouflage is basically just bunnies stacked on top of each other. Here you see a bunch of ears and stuff and some of the faces. That was weird actually, that wasn't captured in there correctly. But we gotta fix it. But yeah, thanks for pointing it out there as well, Alex.
Every day, I'm surprised by how much people care. How many people are willing to put their lives on the line to save a
Favorite weapons in Division 1 from each category. The annoying thing is with Div 1, with most of them, it's basically some of the exotics. Because your house definitely feels a lot better than a lot of the SMGs. At least in the AR category, yeah, lightweight M4 and LVOC. I kind of like the LVOC actually quite a bit. But yeah, Bullfrog, of course, they're also a contender. No, LMG, yeah, MG5 and Big Al. Nothing too special in any of those. But yeah, thanks everybody that subscribes and stuff, and yeah, you know, enables me in buying stupid shit that I definitely don't need. And, yeah, you are all very appreciated. Let's actually equip it just from here. Yeah, let's actually equip this set. Oh, we'll even put that on. Let's just stand in the light for a second. Yeah, there's a pattern of like, well, that's maybe hard to see on the. It's more easily seeable on the back. Or it's just bunnies in there, basically. It's like jumping bunnies, like in the in it, and then there's some bunny heads. It's what it's made out of, basically. So I had a smudge on the monitor there. Yeah, let's run this and let's go get some more eggs because how many? Actually, I'm here on the boots because yeah, I didn't. Or do is this the last one? I don't remember. Actually, yeah, let's go get some in the skill mod area. I'll actually go and get some bounties here. I wish there was a good exotic sniper rifle in Div1. Because there's basically no, or well, like bolt action. Because there actually like isn't any. There's a few like rifle MMRs, but no other ones. You know what? I don't actually hate how this thing looks. It's kind of tactically. Even though, you know, there's some hidden hidden meaning underneath it all. With the rabbits. Let's just... I should turn on some directives and get some XP out of it as well. Oh, fuck indeed. Could have transferred a summit. Been trying to keep that summit 100 for a thing I want to do with it. Could have actually transferred that and done some summits. Running around like a headless rabbit, which isn't smart actually. Extended a little bit too far there. Pants after boots. Something like that. Yeah, nah. It's just simple shit. Yeah, let's go at this one instead then. I'm also forgetting which game I'm in, which is Div 2, which is not Div 1 with the 9k stamina striker of just running around.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Yeah, I kind of don't hate how this looks. Actually, how does it look without this stuff? I kind of find like if this was black. It's interesting that doesn't have a backpack. Because that's usually the piece they go for with a lot of these. I feel they could have made something there, maybe even with like a plushie or something seems obvious. But how much do you think you spent on apparel in this game? Wow. Hundreds? Definitely. But also in my case, yeah, yeah. We're gonna joke about it, but it's actually kind of that where I see just the incomes from the stream and from YouTube to kind of just be there for that. And then we'll get to have a whole collection of that as
Medical
well.
assistance needed. Incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles guarding location nearby.
I'm forgetting that, yeah, I can just kill him after. It's really only the... Oh, what I should do is... Although I think this character's New York is all the way green already. Let's maybe go have a peek after this. And the frenzied enemies hitting hard there. Those guys don't give eggs, right? No. It's likely a named group back there. I don't even want to deal with them. Wait, one of these is still from... Which one? Look how far away. But the NPCs fighting NPCs, this happens. They just try to get away from each other quite often. And especially because of frenzied enemies now, it's even worse because, you know, at least like allies would quite often kill an NPC if they're fighting with them eventually. But when they're frenzied, they can't, really.
Save me. I can never thank you enough.
No, I should just run over there and get that one. Actually, let's track it as well. What was it? Oh, it was it. Oh, gonna fancy. Fit every time. Oh yeah, that's
Hostile control point
Gonna-
nearby.
with those I'm just might as well just every time just showcase something else. None of those. Right. That works too. Actually, if you had a frenzied one of these guys, that would work decently well too. Although a frenzied minigun dog would likely be just as easy as well. Especially if frenzy does make it quite a bit easier. Got my gags the easy way. I mean, you can. There's plenty of trickery you can do. To me, though, it's like I just wouldn't. Like, it's like at most half an hour of doing shit instead of 10 minutes, and then instead of that, I'll just do 30 minutes of. Well, this guns. One of those guns. I'd rather get some loot along the way, get some drops along the way.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Some resources.
Access key.
Because I can kind of see it for some of the maybe like journey stuff, but for this... The only reason I would kind of cheese it is maybe like for second or third account. But even then, we're likely going to play them more than enough that by the end of the event, I'll have everything done. Because also this isn't even like the better faction to fight for this, because cleaners would have basically on every enemy one. I want to get some bounties in this and the next door area.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Back there. I was hoping they would spawn close instead of far, but actually I think hyenas always spawn far, right? Don't care. No eggs, I don't care. Let's get this one.
You're in the real world now. Oh no! Oh no! I'm ready for this.
Where are you going, lady? Talk to the hostage.
You should start heading back.
Have you considered changing your mortgage? I've been sent here by Mortgage Company LLC to refinance your mortgage. A double there. We'll go there. So that's on Habsburg. It's not the worst. Yeah, but Jefferson Trade Center? Why Jefferson Trade Center though? When I'm lazy. Because the obvious Chunga is usually this guy. Like, also, if you get him with Ragers, you can even do it like quick. You can go for the doubles. Like the garage ones in Jefferson Trade? I'm guessing then. Just because it's a guaranteed spawn, I'm guessing. It's also, I feel, I've seen people also like post even like, hey, this is the fast way, and then they don't even show the fast way. Which is they also stagger him. You like if you also stagger the heavy, you go so much faster than without. Well, as well, the thing to actually do is try to get also a mini tank or two.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Find your frenzied enemy shooting me? That hurt. I get the feeling all of these enemies actually have frenzy and only 2 of them is showing. Is that hurt? Much more than you.
Hostile control point detected.
Stop running away.
Vital signs critical.
That's a quick kill.
Detecting additional.
Sometimes I want them on this side, they spawn that side. Get these.
You did it.
Because even there we're like been at it for like 10 minutes. We're 25 out of 100. with some loot on top.
Target is near you, Agent.
Actually, yeah, if you have a bounty with especially double Jenga. Although it doesn't guarantee always that they'll both spawn, that you can get them both to spawn together. But any hyena one like this. I'll even actually try this even. Oh, already have it.
Detected. Nearby location.
Oh, that
Guarded by
despawned it all.
hostiles.
I was gonna say, let's go do this activity and then go again. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's actually, and let me also show how to actually do the quicker method than a lot of people are doing. What's this one, right? Yeah, PC rabbits. Although we'll need a rifle for that, preferably. Although she should have a 1886. Oh, I have enough. 1886 would work. I know we want a hard-hitting build, so I'm gonna swap the striker instead of a tech tank. Let's go down here. Let's actually make this one as well. I've been meaning to. Let's make this measured.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Let's see if we get a double one.
Target near you.
Well, foam could work, but yeah, foam you wouldn't be able to do it enough. You just shoot them. But what you especially want them to have is frenzy, so you can keep shooting easily. I don't think actually foam does foam reset their belts back? The shock does, but not sure foam does actually. I should have gone and grabbed sharpshooter. Yeah, let's see if we can get them both to spawn at once. That'll be the dream, but that's unlikely as well. Never a fan of just solo running around as a red build, but for this I do want to be on a red build, just so we can easily and consistently chain. Ooh, nice. So that's kind of what we wanted. I think one of them has frenzy too, so we can even use that.
Serious trauma detected.
No, neither of them has frenzy, so that's kind of too bad. But even so, even without cheesing these guys, we can use them for a lot of charges. Actually, with two on here, I realize that's actually kind of hard. Because yeah, whenever we break a piece of armor, they kind of just get their belt back. And actually, if you break their belt fast enough, so without even like hard cheesing them, we can just extract a ton here. But every time we break,
Vital signs critical.
and there's a yeah, there's a backpack there. Actually, I'm gonna take it down to one here.
Good work.
Either of these had frenzy would have been kind of nice. Why was he so weakened on his thing?
Agent deceased.
But yeah, we could just kind of farm these. Let's actually try spawning again. If I can get him with Frenzy, if I get even one with them, or both of them preferably, with Frenzy. Because yeah, then we can kind of stagger them over and over again, because each time we do with damage, it will of course damage them. It's funny as well that just like is dropping these eggs and stuff.
The target is nearby.
But even there, yeah, we could have just chained both. If these guys don't get alerted to this, I don't want them actually joining this fight. Should be far enough.
This will do the job. Gotta move that turret.
Agent, target spotted.
It's consistently spawning them together, that's nice. Wait, did both of them have Frenzy? It's the dream. Because every time we break a piece of armor, although, so each time I just weaken it first, and then break. And if we break it fast enough like that, we even get to break it twice. Like, one of the downsides here as well is we don't have an ammo box really nearby. Maybe I drag them a little bit. I'm gonna go loot in. Gonna drag them over to the where the thing is. I did one shot build. It's an addictive build, so makes sense.
Hostile airburst seeker mine detected.
Could have not done that. Oh, it's fast enough for double.
Immediate medical
Oh,
assistance
triple?
needed.
Target down. Good job.
A little bit too much damage there.
Agent out.
That's the downside, getting a little bit too stacked. Could actually just do it with a glass reds, but this character doesn't have that.
Vital signs critical.
So she get reset
Agent
there.
killed.
Not per se intentional, but also yeah, let's have both of them there. It's also why I should have swapped to the 1886. With 1886, there's only so much damage I can do. This would also be easier on a character that has a glass red, where you just do consistent damage. Here my damage went up because Striker. It's and yeah, Regulus as one of the ones that is actually very worth getting. So You do want to get that one. Oh, I didn't start it yet. Oh, I could maybe drag them to here even. Although there will be too many friendly NPCs to join that fight. Should also just keep this bounty for other days.
Target is near you, Agent.
Hell yeah.
Don't you have anything? Could re-talent that Mark 16. Something lower RPM so it doesn't like get away from me that easily. Let's actually see how many eggs we made there because we made a 10.
Agent, target spotted.
One frenzy.
Serious trauma detected.
Also do a ton of damage with frenzy. So we should go get the ones here as well. I actually don't want them lined up like that
Incapacitated.
because my shots are going through one, getting the other. Also would love them, although I can cross over, of course.
Airburst seeker mine detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yes, enough. I can have them around the other corner. That'll be a little bit better. Yeah. The second one. So I should get these. Picking up all my med packs already because it's hit way too hard.
Hostiles guarding location nearby. Agent killed.
Well, he's got all the. Ah, no, we didn't get all of them. Let's go in again. Well, actually, let's not. Let's go get the eggs that are dropped there because that'll likely be enough. Let's go for the other one, which is much easier, honestly, than this guy. Because if we're also doing it quick, we don't need to. What we need is just the one, and we just stagger.
Hostile supply convoy detected.
I need a brand new. Let's get these guys as well. Are they close enough to north, or are they still gonna spawn south? I'm gonna guess this is close enough that they'll spawn north.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's all the way over there. Stars.
These bastards used to control a superpower.
You guys wanna come out?
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Vital signs critical.
Here we go.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
So I should go see how many we have still laying there. Oh, spawn the public execution there as well.
Plan stuff.
Honestly, likely with this on top, I'll have enough for today's one. Also, I still don't know if are these things group wide. Let's go do a countdown after this. I wanna know if they are.
Hostiles detected.
Because also, if they are, then that is the much easier way. Just do it in a group setting where more people are doing it as well, and then just get them dead. Especially somewhere with like countdown, where with the right factions, you can make a ton of them happen.
We mean business.
Let me go full up on those. Oh, let's do that maybe on the other character. Let's go get a few more bounties here. That's about it. Yeah, I feel it'll be obvious in a group setting. Because it depends on if it's personal or not. I just haven't played in a group at all this week, apparently. Okay, I wrote the name group in the back.
Serious trauma detected. Agent
Let's
down.
test our hive, if it's working or not. Also, sometimes you have names like that guy that might have respawning. Unless I should just die.
Vital signs critical.
It's slightly easier.
Agent
Reset
vital
this.
signs 0.
Go in from there again. Don't even want to fight these guys at that kind of long range, especially not with a full red. Also, yeah, why am I still full red? Let's go with something a little bit more sensible for running around in the open world. To me, a full red definitely isn't that. Might as well get that 1 egg. It's the courier or cherished. It's a cherished. Those do drop a lot as well. Actually, I should check if the names that they listed there, if they also not drop less. Don't remember actually what the list was anymore. The ones that were listed in the patch. Oh, definitely Brutus and Whisper were in there, so
Immediate medical assistance needed.
check with those two.
I'll bring them down. That's them burning.
You're shitting me.
Finish it.
Vital signs critical.
Alright.
Hostile control point nearby.
Somebody saw that behind me. It's funny seeing somebody with like bunny ears run across the screen. Really need some mementos. Oh, kill confirms. Okay.
Holy shit!
Double fire. I'm doing exactly the wrong thing with this lady, which is just shooting her a little and then leaving her to regen. Which we definitely don't want. Wait, what? That's just the lawnmower over there.
You want pain? You got it, agent.
What if I don't want pain? Do you have anything else?
Detecting additional hostile.
Do you have
contact.
cookies? Ice cream? I want ice cream. Can I get ice cream instead of pain?
What do we do? Destroy that thing! Let's leave this city a wasteland!
It's a little ridiculous. Turns out.
Let the fire take it! Let's burn them! Shit, too close!
Okay. Wait, where? Oh. That's the one I have to talk to, of course. Also, yeah, we just need one more egg. Well, actually, I'm not sure what stage. It's annoying that they haven't named the stages again. Like stage 3, stage 4. They did that with one of some of the other ones. Let's go get this downstairs. That'll be definitely an egg. Oh no, yeah, we'll take character 4 and actually jump into maybe a few countdowns. Well, tell him that he can't have Greenland because we need it, because otherwise, you know, without green, then it's only, you know,
Hostile control point.
we can't make
identified.
yellow, so we need it for that.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Footsteps back! You believe this?
That's so dope. Okay, so I need one more actually then.
Access key detected.
Then we'll take this character into account. Because I did get an egg there, so there is another project then. But I also haven't done yet. Yeah. Yeah, let's go get this lead. Let's go get cleaned up, and yeah, we'll jump into a few countdowns. Because I'm actually curious to see, at the very least, if those are shared, and then we'll go from there. Maybe pain is our kink. Feel that would be fitting for an outcast Scorcher. The city plus Achilles pulls one tap pistol builds. I don't per se put Achilles on it unless it's, you know, specifically for something, but usually the high end or the, because it kind of depends what it's being used for. Quite often it's just it's just a glass red with a Dutch city. And then a crit chance, crit damage glass red usually one. But yeah, there's in the build collection several builds built around the Regulus. Basically, as long as the Dutch city is in there, and then usually it's the high end, which is because you also have the Headless Fury version of it. But you don't normally run the Regulus unless you have teammates giving you a overcharge, because at 1 tier or 0 tiers, it's not like there's no consistency there at all of it going to the head. Yeah, let's grab. What did I even grab? Yeah, sure. Let's grab that OD. I haven't ran that much for Kante. And later on, we'll run Yafi. We'll just do challenging for now.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Yep, sure. Misclick there. Trying to accept, but I was also kind of going like, wait, what pieces did I want again? And I misclicked. So I should accept it this time and then I'll...
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Uh,
Joined a group.
because we were doing... Let's go for the Gila pieces first. If I find Gila in time. How am I this blind? Okay. Where's my bunny ears? Well, I've paid to have them removed. Surgically.
Communication relay offline.
Which actually is somewhat true. I've actually paid to not have the bunny ears.
Outcasts have taken over the power plant. Lockdown procedures have been initiated. Last thing we need is a radioactive green poison.
It's gonna some cooler this summer.
We need to find a way to relieve the pressure and
Refugees
fix
in New
the
York.
reactor's
Yep.
cooling system.
Understandable.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Should have checked what am I should have changed some of my modifiers actually for running this.
System purge required.
Anyway, we're linking up both teams, which is nice. This guy's going for it, this guy's going for it. Already made some OD bullets happen there. Oh, this thing isn't per se made for countdown. This is more for like 4-man team or even smaller. And then we have triple Yoti.
System curtailed.
I'm hoping some of my teammates put their bleed on this guy. Although they put other stuff on it as well. Anyway, I have crit chance and headshots. And we'll have armor repair.
System restored.
As well, I should be using the Scorpio. As a stagger. And yeah, the fires. So, turbine reactor.
Shade tech detected.
Well, this isn't really the build to hit weak points with. Also, I just want to see if they drop without me causing them to drop.
Hostile assault turret detected.
Finding the right
Incinerator turret
faction for it
detected.
at least.
Hostile sniper turret detected. Incoming. High risk hostile. Area secure.
Do we got the box? It's not here. Go check on that side if there's any eggs. there's one, so guess it does. It's by the stairs. Oh no, somehow. Never mind. But then also, yeah, it kind of depends on your teammates. If they are kind of even able to hit some some weak points. Choose Alps. I'm just gonna do a few here for sub because yeah. Also, if this doesn't work, I wanted to get the. I do want to get the eggs done. I'm not gonna choose them, but then I'll just go and do some missions and stuff. Go to the
Protect the
daily.
engineer.
Somebody went all the way to admin. Like reactor is literally next door, and somebody went all the way to admin. That's a choice. It's going to be over in a few seconds. Although they didn't choose, likely they just went. That's the actual answer to any of those kinds of things. Is we're attributing, you know, intent, where it's just people running around.
Secure.
You can head over to the cooling tower.
Have the bugs at least.
10 minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
Stabilize cooling system. Pressure system purge required.
And there's also no reason to do challenging. This was a heroic thing. Those two would have just been constantly dying in there, and just we would be down too. Trust me now. Yep. Several team members are triggering
Agent,
combat.
you're in. I need you to fix that cooling tower.
Okay. That explains what was happening there. They went and joined that fight.
Warning.
That made sense to them.
Pressure increasing.
Kind of curious.
I'm gonna need you to find a way to release some pressure.
Those are some pretty low levels there. I wanted to have the right stat. If I'm gonna optimize one, I want it to be free talentable. That could reach what I'm looking for, but
Well, that worked-ish. Now that the pressure is stabilized, we need to shut off that steam.
that's a really bad finish. Box is gonna be what's happening down here? Just hive that guy. Box is by the big pillar because process of elimination.
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
Okay.
High-risk target
He ate
detected.
both my charges. For a second there, I was like, wait, is he just getting murdered by the steam or something? But Doesn't seem to me.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system is
There you
stabilized
go.
the pressure.
Other team is finally choosing. They're choosing to join us on this. Yeah,
You need to vent the
the
remaining
level of the
steam,
team
and
can
you'll be
also
good to go.
coinciding with how little weak points are getting hit. Like, I'm not set up for it, so yeah, I'm not even going for it, but if you're just running around, hit more weak points than these people are. I'm kind of gonna hang around here. Or as you know, I need to hang around that side.
Exceeded. Purge system
I
to
was
stabilize the pressure.
forgetting how this place works.
Pressure stabilized. You can cut off that steam.
Because even in this rusher, like, didn't hit the weak point.
Great. Now that's under control. You just need to vent the remaining steam, and you should be good to go.
Cooling system stabilized. High-risk target approaching. High-risk target approaching.
I'm back here.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Cooling system pressure limits exceeded. Purge system is stabilized.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there. Move to the
Let's
extraction
get me
point.
out of here.
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Yeah. Although, as you know, that wouldn't work. That's actually kind of useless. Not even keep there. Oh yeah, it's Eastern Extraction, so it's right next door. There's also the downside of Pulse nowadays. Is just, yeah, it does aggro everybody before we're kind of ready.
System disrupted. Heavily armed hostiles detected.
I'm kind of gonna wait for more teammates to show up.
System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
Oh, they all went that way. Oh, that's interesting.
When you're ready to come home, shoot off a flare.
I'm also expecting actually an instant flare here.
System restored.
On the other side. Oh, instant flare. Impressive. Is that shotgun weapon damage all the same? Headshot, no, but pistol and weapon damage are. So basically everything that is down here in the stat screen, all of these offense ones, this is all additive to each other. As long as applicable, right? Like, you know, you don't get, if you're not holding a shotgun, you don't get shotgun damage. You know, we don't get the, but basically the all weapon damage, and then these are usually all called specific weapon damage. Those are additives. Headshot is additive to crit damage. So basically, crit damage and headshot go into the same pool in the same way, basically. But then, only if you get a headshot, of course. And then it crits. What it does means DNH is the winner. In general, DNH will be, of course, the winner between all that. If it's for pistol. The thing is, though, of course, you get one piece DNH. And then what? Right? Because it's not just one piece that you're putting in, even in a Headless Fury. Although, if it's for Memento, yeah, that's why we do it with DNH. DNH is the biggest bonus in all that. And a Habsburg would be the small... Oh no, actually, it kind of depends on how much you have. Above 200, Habsburg would be less added than the walk. Above 200 headshot. But yeah, the all weapon damage and the specific weapon damage are the same pool. So 5 Walker Harris is in the same pool as 20 DNH. Or 10 Fenris. Or 10 AR from Fenris or stuff like that. Yeah. I don't think we get one more. Did they actually complete the VIP? We'll see if we get 160 or 158. The rare 160s. Yeah, they actually finished VIP. That's why we got 160 instead of 158. Costs them a lot of loot and stuff, but sure, I'll take 2 more. And yeah, we still don't know if it is actually shared. Hang on to this mask, although it's actually a little bit too low.
Thanks for the business.
It's actually Gila on the map. Which is not a question I ask myself often. No. But yeah, with that, it's... Although, let's maybe jump into a matchmaker. That's more likely to get us some people that might be shooting at weak points. Let's just go with Obliterate Striker. Because now I'm just curious if it actually is or isn't.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Sure. I haven't done Coney Island in a bit, but... why did the egg go to school? To get educated. Yeah. The good stuff. Yeah, let's all groan together at that joke. And yeah.
Hostile radio. Intercepted.
I should,
Sumner, sir. Division agents
that's a lot of armor on these guys.
Well, take care
I
of it.
should maybe
Protect
go
the
Eclipse.
assets. Of course, sir. Everything under control there, Sumner? Jones, I'm on top of it. Thanks.
Let's go Eclipse actually for
Okay,
this one.
Agent. The Black Tusk are keeping Chernenko contained inside a chamber by the ballpark. There's no way
I
you'll
need to
get in
change my
undetected,
modifiers in a second too.
but I'll guide you through best I can. To get to the ballpark,
Oh, actually my
you'll need to go
modifiers were
across
messed
the
up.
go-karts.
What am I?
Expect contact. There's a patrol on the track.
That's weird. That explains a lot about earlier as well. That's what I have.
Head west through the murals to the roller coaster.
How's my perimeter?
Chest,
We
horrible
secure?
chest
Working
striker.
on it, sir. Don't work on it, get it done.
Oh no, this isn't. I was like, that's obviously going to be a turmoil. Yeah, chest striker with, what would you put an Hikaros on it? Like literally, so imagine instead of this piece, you have a Fenris piece here. What do you gain? This weapon damage goes there, you gain a crit chance. Blue core, crit chance, crit damage, 10 weapon damage here. And then you lose 10 haste. Which I would think anybody would be okay with. Swapping 10 haste for 10 or for a crit chance, I guess. Because figures only really make sense if you're two-piecing it for the skill tier and you're doing something with that skill tier, or
Use the mortars.
you're doing a ninja
Sir,
bike and then
but what
you're
about
getting
our
it too
troops?
as well.
I suggest they cross their fingers and continue to do their job. Yes, sir. Copy that.
Oh, getting some
Mortars are coming from a
some
mobile unit near the
rapid
shoreline
fires
south of
from
your
Funky
position.
there, I see.
In order
Wait.
to reach Chernenko in one piece, you'll need to disable
Why did the
that
chicken
launcher.
lift weights? She needed the egg exercise. Badumtish. Where do chickens like to go on vacation? San Diego. that one's kind of stretching it. I mean, who goes to San Diego? No. You have to pronounce it, I feel, in like a very specific way for it to work in that way. And we'll go for the lead first. Especially kind of knowing where everything's spawning. Very useful, of course. I'm gonna crossbow that warhound, break off his armor. Send one. And indeed, KIA is over here. Although I don't think he's talking about me specifically. I think he's talking about his old friends.
Blow them to hell. Fire everything
Time
we
to
got.
ban
Yes, sir.
Essie in the ban Funky camp. Oh, we should have a vote. I feel we should start a poll.
I guess being this close, you're out of firing range.
Hey, somebody who
There are
knows
hostiles
this
near the
trait.
boardwalk.
It's
You'll
amazing.
need to take them out before you can disable the launcher.
I'm gonna hope these guys get the
Targeting system
Get the-
detected.
thing there. I'm just
Isaac can
bum
patch
rushing
me into the
this to
firing
get
I should be able to
this.
control the mortars from here.
Connecting to targeting system.
So far, so good.
Sir, the enemy is attempting to take control of the launcher.
I'm gonna go back for
Kill
these flame
them,
rounds.
Or I swear
And I'll
I'll
loop
kill
back
you.
there.
Yes, sir.
Whatever happens, Agent, make sure Isaac completes the process.
That didn't land the way I wanted it to.
Targeting system commandeered.
And also,
I got control of the mortars. Head toward the big tower across the beach.
there's a little
We're
turret.
not that far from the ballpark. There are hostiles
Forget how the
up
timing
ahead.
works here, apparently.
Agent, I'm gonna try and clear the road for you.
I don't feel that any of these guys are going for any of the weak points anyway. But you would think some random weak point would get hit at some point. That's a little danger close.
I'll take out some of their defenses.
Especially when things is like
Dang it! I'm out
playing
of orders.
quite often with coordinated teams and stuff. Like better players go for weak points quite a bit because
What the
it's worth
fuck
it.
is going on? Sir,
It's
the
in
enemy
general
breached the
just
gate.
worth it to
Then take care of it. Yes, sir.
just try to. We're gonna fire. Let's have one fire going. I'm gonna go get the loot back here. There's also this. Like, there's a guy on fire. There's a fire clips in the team. There's a guy on fire. That should become priority target. With players that kind of know builds and stuff, they'll know. Like, it's obvious it's an eclipse that I'm on eclipse here.
There's a gate ahead. If you go through it and up the ramp, you can access the ballpark from the bleachers.
Sumner, I'm hearing a
Who's
lot
one
of
taking
fucking
our building?
ruckus. Are you in control of this shit or not? Whenever you feel like sharing your
Yep.
concerns with me, don't. If you lose
Oh yeah, of
Toronto,
course, that was
back
the
off
thing,
and let
right?
me
We
do my
did
job.
a...
Fucking DC
I don't know what I
area
was thinking, but I signed the 50-50 deal.
You're on Kena, I'm on the
With
Shenango
Funky.
fuck. End of story.
So yeah. He has the leverage. And yeah, the weird thing here is like you have these enemies just like no one ever sees them. Like unless you know what you're looking for, you would never look over there. But yeah, there's always some enemies running around there and like running around and running away. Hope these guys do destroy the turret. It didn't give me much hope that the other turret stayed up for as long as it did.
Shenango is right there inside the containment chamber.
Also, this guy's running like a full red striker. Why is he like so intent on sending out?
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, no, none of the turrets are gonna die. Oh no, okay, one guy dies.
Immediate
What?
medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. That explains it. I was wondering where that shot came from, and I got my answer. I'll sledge it up. Actually, help with this heavy. Actually, his backpack. Okay, so they're not shared then, right? That backpack wasn't there anymore. Don't think it was intentional shots, but
Okay, this ends now. I'm going.
that's kind of dumb. Those things should be shared. Makes, like, why wouldn't it be?
Sumner, is Chernenko secure? Sumner! I can't fucking believe this shit! Fuck!
Fucking
You did it. I've got an extraction chopper inbound. Just need you to get Chernenko out of that chamber.
Yeah, that heavy doesn't have a backpack, so... Also, in all that, there would have been one egg.
Thank you. I
from someone else if there was shared. So
What I've
it isn't.
What Kinner made me do.
Is this part of the daily or something? Is that what they're doing it? Oh, okay, it is. Maybe I stick with them, but then...
Explosions? What the hell? Okay, we need to get Chernenko on that extraction chopper now.
Actually, I'm likely gonna go do the other one too. I think I'm just gonna run Bestie Glass. I want the upfront damage a little bit more.
An agent has left your group.
Although, yeah, let's do that actually. Just gonna go solo the other one and get all the weak points. That's maybe a smarter way. Gonna set those running enemies on fire. I mean, oh, the ones that run away? Yeah. You can just kill them. It's the same as... One of the reasons I actually know they exist is it's random where they kind of run to. So they have several exits, especially if they go to exit right underneath. It's within range of a fire eclipse's fire. Actually, no. Let's go with this. But then now I realize actually why I was struggling so much earlier. I didn't have microwave coils up. Well, actually, I'm not going to take Reaper Scan. It's not that useful. We'll take Fortified Shield instead. Also, let's not run over there. Let's just fast travel. Just for all solo PV, what would it be? I mean, kind of depends on all. Because it would be between a red just striker. Because sometimes, if you're solo PvEing and you kind of consider maybe, I don't know, stuff like legacy missions and stuff, you kind of need the damage sometimes, the climax missions. Otherwise, just a Heartbreaker or Striker tech tank for solo. But I wouldn't ever take that into groups much. Yeah, let's not have any directives up. We'll just... As the tech tanks can do everything as well, but they'll just be too slow on some of them. But a full red striker, you could do everything with it. Some stuff will just be very frustrating.
And the last thing I need is some other fucking agent in my way. Understood, man.
None of those were the weak points. Ow. Black Dex ones are also somewhat harder to hit. Maybe I should grab a...
The division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the asset. We'll retrieve him later.
Demolisher.
Focus on Keener. What about the deal, ma'am?
Yeah, for those that haven't seen this ever, there is actually a secret here. We grenade all these things, basically blowing all the things up. You can also, shoot them all or something. That takes forever. Ask me how I know. And then it opens this up, and then there's even second kind of Easter eggy thing with a plushy Splinter Celly. It's crawling around. Bunny ears are there weak points? Good question. I'm guessing anything with armor plates is also put in there. But yeah, I was kind of asking myself the same thing. I was like, why does those heavies have? But I think they just put it on all the everything that has armor plate as well, and then technically the shield is basically the same as armor plate. It uses the exact same underlying mechanics. Not the greatest.
I got your back.
position I've gotten myself into, but it's fine.
Get clear. You're dead.
UAVs are up.
This angle sucks. Enemy is flanking our unit.
When they're on fire, it's kind of hard to.
Fire on this
Oh,
location.
it's already blown up. That explains it. It's also with these guys, it's hard to see actually if it is or isn't.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
You know, it will take some shock rounds for later. Let's go get all the loot first. So earlier, yeah, sorry, Beans, I completely missed that message. But yeah, indeed, I was doing a countdown there, just checking something
really
out.
messing up the park.
But I think we have our answer. I don't think they're shared because one would have happened at those points. And definitely that heavy died without his backup. So. Alternative is still impossible to get. No, or not impossible at all. I have like I have 9 on this account, 3 on second account. Impossible is not what the term for them is. They're hard to get. They're not easy, definitely, but impossible is something else. And the normal way to actually get in here is you shoot that from up there, but you can just jump over the fence there. Okay, that worked out still. Also, those warhounds, they should have bunny ears as well. Technically.
System disrupted.
Oh, what?
Serious trauma detected.
The next wave that spawned got me that quick with a grenade. Impressive.
Cease.
Actually, now I realize there's 2 heavies there. We can kind of... We'll farm them just, like, not over and over, but just we'll just use their armor things up. That was impressive that the other wave spawned and, like, grenaded me that fast. Oh, the Warhound!
Take care of it.
I completely, my brain completely didn't register that we were killing the Warhound. That makes more sense. And that's why we should Faraday.
What the heck?
What I should have done there is just Faraday that of it. I wasn't paying attention. That's what I get for dogging.
Ma'am, the division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the
No, they're
asset.
just from Canada. So overall, for maxed out mods like those,
What about the deal, ma'am? Fuck the deal.
the better thing to go for is to, especially go legendary if you can. Like just volume farming will work. You'll eventually get a few, just by doing countdowns. But they're quite rare that way. So the much more less painful way is to do legendary, summit legendary, or just the strongholds. But of course, with the strongholds, you need it to be the exact, like you need it to be your mods. Sure, we'll get one of these with because one thing is as well, you can kind of set up like this, and you'll get that. But yeah, I'm just gonna kill it. This is But if that guy had frenzy,
I
we
think
could kind of just
spotted
hit over and
Dolores
over again
and a
on
patrol
that
moving toward the
corner.
Ferris wheel. A number of black tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
Oh, actually, I didn't loot this crate. Forget to. Because here as well, we'll get 2 guaranteed heavies. So.
Shit.
Because also usually by here I have 4 launchers, so that's what I always do against this warhound is. Still gonna find that. Anyway, we're firing for far enough away that takes a second before it actually aggros, so that will all land. Actually, in here as well, you can guarantee that it will go to 2 heavies. There's always going to be some mini tanks here as well. Actually, can you? Let's try, because usually we don't leave the heavy up for that long. So can you actually? Yeah, the chopper's coming in with the second heavy. Oh, this might be actually then the place to go for guaranteed double heavy. Is there ammo nearby there? I'm actually gonna just kill this guy. Is this guy frenzied maybe? No.
Hey, give me 1 second here. Give me contact.
Let's get that out of here. That's what I don't want to deal with both of them being behind me. There's also with black tusk heavies, one of the things is you can just use their backpack to heal them. Because here, if I damage him enough, I'll get his chain back. Be nice if it wasn't on such an annoying angle. Not per se the right build for it, but especially kill one. This is the reason I was like full red with those other fights is just this is way too slow. For each chain, and then well, this way you can extract like every heavy you see, you get to extract like 10 or so and just still go faster. Do we have access to the back there? Before we open. Can I get ammo basically? No. That would break this area. Although what we can do is just is that worse there? It's too bad I had to reload there. And if you kill that chain fast enough, you even get to kill it twice. Should go for the other arm first, because that's actually the hard arm. Keep accidentally hitting reload right away instead of just waiting for save. From both of those. And as well, so if this guy was frenzies, we could keep doing that. Like, we can stagger him. And then it takes a second. It's going to weaken him again. So it's ready to be staggered. Actually, yeah, does foam work here? We could try that. Yeah, your armor is pretty fucked up. That's not sure. Next one. No, this doesn't reset his chain. Because somebody brought that up earlier, but because it does stagger him, but that does not reset chain. But when you do it with damage, it does, because you can do that, and then that, and then try to get a double there. Especially if they're frenzied, you can do it pretty fast as well. Entry from target loot. Oh yeah, generally. Although quite often you'll get them when you're not even looking for them. I feel in my case it's like 50-50 between target loot and not. But just as well, there's so much playtime. Especially having the target loot. And then, yeah, for those kind of maxed out mods, especially Legendary is a good choice. Thing is though, Summit especially as well is only really worth it if you're doing it in a 4-man, honestly. Solo, it doesn't drop too much loot. You need even a trio. Yeah, there was probably a stagger there. Yeah, the stagger is definitely, because we've never really messed around with it, because we've never had to like do this many weak point destructions, but yeah, it's actually finished.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up ahead.
So we got like 50 from that guy.
Be careful, Agent.
Or from those two guys. Let's actually get this back to Artificer before I forget. That's some floating pointing. And what we should do as well is, so if you're going for this daily project, because although well there I didn't get the black desk kill, so these then as well are not shared still, because it would have been shared. Especially if you're doing it solo, there's 2 black desk in here and 2 cleaners, but you need to get Radigan for it. So we'll get Radigan here, and then we'll go get a black desk somewhere else. And this mission definitely is going to be the next mission with things and stuff. Lacking the accuracy there. Madam, she just... And if you don't know what Radigan is an extra boss here. We'll shoot these 4 rats. There's one there. There's one up there. And we'll get the loot back here. That's just shooting that box and that door. This place actually has a bunch of like small secret things. Especially Radigan is a cool one. Seen the start for the new SVD? No. Are they... Is it... Can you see them already, or... Because I'm assuming it's gonna be the 6th... Like, on the 6th day item. I'm guessing.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And the stupid stuff there. I got 2 underneath on the left side, and they, because of that, they could shoot me over my shield. And also, all of these guys have frenzies. They're hidden. No, don't die yet. No. Because it didn't get. And yeah, there's one up there, but we shot him already. When you shoot them, their eyes go out. And then the 4th one is in here. And then we get 1 extra named with this next fight. So that gives us 2 cleaners named. So we don't need to go somewhere else for 1 cleaner named. I'm gonna stand back here because this triggers the spawn.
Hostiles detected.
Okay. With some... Because actually, if it is stat, it is data mineable. If it's stats again, instead of talents. Talents are quite often hard to data mine, but... But also, if that thing is just stats, it's not going to be really worth it, honestly, I think. Unless it's humongous schwunge. Anyway, we get Radigan here. And seeing as we need 2 cleaners for the daily, might as well. Although you might as well always, because extra targeted. Extra loot. We can get this out of here. Oh, I wouldn't be against it. Although more if it's just already a leak, like if it's... Oh shit, I didn't realize. Hey there, Tickle. I was just reading the text, not the name there. Naked on but that's perfect weapon damage set. Ah, okay. But that's not gonna work for SVD, likely. Or it's not gonna be worthwhile for an SVD. Maybe with... I was about to say maybe with Reanimated, but even there, right, 1886 exists. For a much easier time. I was hoping it would just be bread baskets, because yeah, it's called hand baskets, so you just put, you know, it's just one with perfect bread, but yeah. This is our second.
Alright, listen. Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in
ma'am.
Get the feeling Dolores might be
Get ready, Agent.
slightly angry, maybe. He's hiding it well,
Contact
but
right inside the old park.
I'm a people's person, so I get the feeling she might be. Might literally full up on everything. Okay. No loot left behind. But then it's actually interesting that they're going with so many names without perfect named talents. Or named perfect talents, but stats. Annoyingly, I'll have to add it to the DPS tables. So that'll be... Hey, one with Frenzy here. You know what, let's actually... Although I'm basically done. But yeah, let's farm this guy for the last.
Serious trauma detected.
Too much Frenzy in my face. I'm forgetting as well, I'm not on the Heartbreaker, so... Yeah. Also having bonus armor. Too many as? Let's kill everything else. I actually never left this heavy alive. I wonder, does it chopper spawn? Leave this guy alive. Oh, how about you repair your chain? Also, in the meantime, I'll weaken your legs already. It's interesting that they, although, yeah, it would mechanically be different because this is just doing armor regen. Basically, health and armor regen. It's interesting that they didn't make it regen armor plates, although that could also be very shitty because some of the armor plates are... and then we can double break. Because whenever we break one of his armor pieces, he resets his chain. And yeah, if you break it quickly enough, you get it to do it twice, basically. Weaken some of the sides. Also, having a linked laser pointer is kind of handy for this because... I broke 2 there. Nothing, didn't it? And actually, yeah, with a frenzied one, we can kind of just do that. Wait till he's at full health, and then just stagger him with damage, and just do it faster. Although the stagger also seems to have a timer to it, so... But we can do that, and then that, and then... If I could get it, I've gotten a double there. Although I think pants was to date, right? Yeah, so we're all the way up to date. So, but if we needed more, you know, that and then that and then that, and then the other ammo. Oh, actually, I have to sell this helmet even as well. Actually, maybe it is easier on somewhat weaker build because I keep accidentally killing him quite often, right? I wonder what if it'll have what it'll have as downside. Or if it's just like the Lexington and it has no downside. 60, which is okay. That makes sense. Oh, 60.
Holy shit! There goes the coaster.
Okay, but then is its base damage then in the like the 300Ks or something like the bolt actions? That could be interesting if it's Because if it's a 15 round, then it's kind of like basically it's acting as the magazine bolt actions or something. That could actually be interesting. Because it wouldn't need to do a lot of damage because you get 3 mods, you get it needs to be like in the. Also, if it's bolt action, you don't get unscoped.
I thought you'd be dead by now, but you are one tough cookie.
Come out of your little hidey hole.
That could be cool actually.
And I'll show you exactly how.
Depends what the base damage is then.
Thanks, but
I wasn't expecting that for it to like be dropped down that low.
Keener! You goddamn motherfucking piece of shit!
169k. Okay. Oh wait, actually.
I've got
So,
eyes on Dolores and the surviving members of
I'll
her
go to
unit
the
by
right
the
spot.
collapsed coaster.
What is it now? It sounds about like a little more than it does now, but it's not in the 300Ks that or 400Ks that the other ones have. Okay, it's not that much higher. Wait, so it's a little bit higher, but then 60 RPM? Yeah, okay. Yeah, likely that wouldn't have gotten through testing. It would have been cool actually, yeah, if you had a version of this that was like the same 60 RPM of around the bolt action kind of hard hitters. But if this was like 250, that could have. But yeah, 160 is not worth it. Could still be okay for reanimated. Because yeah, you don't get unscoped between shots. So, but you couldn't get headhunter high enough to effectively and DPS wise it wouldn't make sense for something like aces. So I just want to make sure you clip that and rotate fast. Okay, looks to be it's kind of in the same, yeah, the rest of it. Up to 70 was up in here. 50, what was it? 50? 50, yeah. That's around the same what we have now. The same optimal. Looks to be the same reload, although like in my charts I have it with watch 10%. So. Yeah, if it is 60 RPM instead of like the 260, what's the normal one? 260 or 250? 260. So minus 200 RPM for 10k base is not gonna work out. Would have actually been interesting if they had done like 60 and then maybe like in the 300Ks. At the edge of what you could maybe determine with it. And then you would give up damage, but you would gain the not scoping at in between shots. I'll say, what am I doing? What am I? I'm just more thinking and not. Here the spawns are very fixed, so honestly, usually I come onto this left side here and just spawn camp this wave, especially so it doesn't really matter. Sniper lady, give me a second, I'll get to you. Then we get the heavy. How about you fix that? And we're spawning right here, which is nice. Because the Dolores spawns in a second as well.
Guess I have to take care of your sorry ass before I can get to Keener. Just fucking die so I can.
You can't have Keener, he's mad.
Ma'am. Ma'am? Come in. Fuck! Jones is gone. We failed the mission.
Keener, that son of a bitch. Not only did he manipulate the Black Tusk, he suckered us too.
Yeah, what a dick that Keener. I agree. Next time we see him, let's kill him.
It's pretty clear that
Make sure we kill him. And then if he comes back, let's kill him again.
Hopefully we can stop whatever Keener is
You agree,
planning.
right, Cindy?
Good job, Agent. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Same to you, Cindy. Although she's now in castle, she's betrayed us. So one more rounds. Well, no, because SR1 is in the 400 case base damage. The for SVD. Yeah, I'm guessing they initially put it to 60 and then maybe gave it, because if it's 60, maybe you give it like the 400k of a tactical 308. Or maybe I should go here, which is a little closer. Wait. Yeah, no, here. Because yeah, if it's a 60, and if you maybe like put it in next to this, and you maybe give it, even if it had like 350 or something. Yeah, it could be like the bolt actions, but then not bolt action. So you don't get unscoped. Very low fire rate, but then you could kind of headhunter with it. But if it is 60 with, yeah, 169, that's not high enough for it to make any sense, really. Effectively. Because also, yeah, the G28 would be already just more base, more RPM, more rounds. Longer reloads, but...
Good to see you.
Because the thing that the SVD you could kind of use for is in like a DPS sense. You just, you know, for instance, with aces or something, where you try to just cycle a lot, just get continuous damage at it. And the DPS sense, it's not too bad because the SVD is in like it's in the 600Ks, right? Yeah, so it's in the 600Ks, which is, you know, similar to like ARs and stuff. Of course, it doesn't hit as often because it's an SVD, but at least theoretically is up there. But yeah, at 169.60, it would be actually, well, it would be 169k because the RPM divided by 60 is, if it's 60, it's exactly, you know, 1. So
Check something out?
it's firing 1 round a second. So that 1 round, if it is, at least it's base DPS, of course.
Thanks for the business.
Actually, but at the bottom of both persons saying, yeah, by a lot, because for instance, even here against the other, because even like marksman rifles, they're in the 600k. Generally, a lot of the weapons we have and stuff is around the 600k mark is where their like base burst DPS is. So ARs are kind of in that, SMGs are kind of a little bit like, they're a little bit higher. They're into the 800s, but you know, 700-ish. But then of course they have their own issues. LMGs are in the 700s. Rifles are in the 600s, mostly. Shotguns, also kind of, well, a little bit higher, but there, of course, I also have there. But then, like on Mars, most of them, at least in the DPS sense, they're in the 600Ks. So this thing because it's basically at that, it's going to be 160K because if it's 60 rounds per second, it's 1 round per second, so it's 169 or 170. So yeah, that would be... The thing is, though, that if your base kind of goes up, because that would be the interesting thing, if the base was high enough that you can kind of make Headhunter work with it, that would be the threshold you would want to reach, but that would at least have to be like 300. Because even 1886 is like 300 something. That's even 386. So yeah, even closer to 400 even. Because even a Regulus is like 300 something, right? Yeah. 280. Like, that's a Regulus, which then can work with Dodge City. So Yeah, we need, because yeah, let's get the daily done. We're pretty close to it anyway. So we need one more named Black Tusk. And we need to actually get the kill. So maybe I just go to Jefferson Plaza. Or we just do bounty somewhere, but they have... That is a Habsburg zone. What is this zone? 511, yeah, no, thank you. At least on this account, no, thank you. Yeah, let's just go to Jefferson Plaza then. And you know what? We'll run it with a bestie.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk
Oh, you know what?
activity around
Let's
that
try,
metro.
because I haven't tried it
All
against Black
hostile
Tusk. Let's
elements
actually
from the
try
area.
Turmoil. We'll turmoil it up against these guys. I'll run a full Red Striker with glass. Also, actually, wait, I want to check one thing actually. Because I was watching Dispatch's video on the turmoil. And yeah, so it turns out as well, I'm not crazy. DTA doesn't apply to it, even though everybody was saying DTA. Like, I wasn't saying it because I wasn't sure. Turns out that, yeah, it wasn't. It's like glass and DTAC, for instance, in this case. They'll be applying. Not that we have DTA, but... Oh yeah, no DTH either. But he was saying it doesn't apply on the double. I'm pretty certain I actually tested that well. That it's not applying when it's applying onto one target. Which I'm pretty certain it is. Let's actually take Sharpshooter here as well. Oh. Of course, cheese it. Actually, I want to check if ARs. I'll take a spotting drone and make it easy for ourselves. So that duration especially. Let's also actually take a Lexington. We're kind of going all in, might as well. Oh, let's go try it against an Hoarder, because he'll spawn without anything nearby. Damage numbers. Because I would be very surprised if I'm misremembering that, or if we just poorly tested that or something. Because I feel pretty certain about that. Damage numbers. Although this is a stacking build, so... Oh, no, that's, yeah, no. So yeah, that's not true then. Because yeah, it's definitely, like, it's 2 damage numbers, and one of them is higher. So I accidentally lost a pen there. Is it exactly? So 177,796 divided by 12433. 142. Yeah, 143. The detox plus the glass would be a 143. So that's odd. That is testing. He got. We'll go check.
Civilians in distress.
We'll go ask him. And a Bummick. Selling floor 100 legendary summits. Scorpio. If nothing else, Scorpio. So one of the things you can do, if you're okay doing it a few times, is just take a striker red or a glass red, even better. with a Scorpio, you might die once or twice. Like it's really it's not a 50-50. It's more of like a 75-25. But 25% of the time they'll get a skill that will just stop you. Because you just bum rush them, toss a flashbang or something at them, or whatever grenade you have, basically. Foam one with if you're running gunner. Especially have foam as well as one of your skills with a revive hive. Just bum rush them, bum rush one with the Scorpio, get him down, and then it really depends on what the other guy puts out as skills.
Vital signs critical.
How that fight kind of ends most of the time. As if they get a sniper turret down or
Your eyes peeled.
other stuff, like deadly stuff. Bomber drone might get you. Oxy might get you. It's kind of like that. There is no like, this will guarantee to work. You can try to have a PFE build, but I find PFEs, it helps a little bit, but it's not consistent either. It's about the same consistency anyway. Because it also, again, depends on what skills they get out. So I feel generally, if you have the, it's better to have the damage and then just risk it over trying to tank it with a PFE. Because that might go just as wrong, and you're actually making it a longer period of time to get that first kill. The numerous M24, before we got it, then it's my chance on the expose, but I found nothing which we would get numbers. Who knows? Well, it wouldn't be out of the. Well, actually, yeah, I don't have Discord app. Let's actually have that up. Guessing some discussion has been going down there. Because apparently the stats are kind of out. Actually, it's not this Discord. So for PvP, I just found one in DZ. Yeah, so overall, because actually, if you search on my channel, there's a Pisty build showcase, but although let me pull out the build picture, because if I have to load the build, I have to unload this one again. Trying to find the build collection. There we go. I'll link to the build collection here, and I might actually just link to the build in a second. But if you go to that link, that takes you here on 1.03 here. I should have remembered that. This setup for Pesty works pretty well. It is very red, and yeah, you have to kind of learn to, you know, positioning and stuff. So maybe it's not the easiest first build, but especially for solo, one of the things is that you kill so fast, and the Pesty that goes around and kills so fast that it becomes a, you know, you just kill faster than the enemies can really deal with you. The thing with this one though is this one has the Lengmo chest. That's a very expensive version. If you're starting out, go for the other two pieces in the right corner there. So a sacrifice and just the Lengmo. Although if you just make a high-end glass red with a pestilence, that is already a really good build for pestilence. But Pesty as well, you can just use it with a striker. Because for instance, that's a dedicated build that pushes its ticks. It's the damage over time. It's dot pretty high. But you can also just run it on a striker and just have lower ticks, and then it just does some decent damage. So nowadays the best is actually pretty good. That's what I got the indeed, that's tickle. Bringing in the deets, bringing in the bacon. And it's actually interesting that they're going kind of that route. Although this one definitely, not of Lexington or Harvest, I would guess, with what it currently is. Maybe it has a secondary value, maybe, and maybe that's not data mined or something, so that its base is maybe higher. But yeah, if it is 60 RPM with 169k base, 170 base, that's not really, yeah, it's not really gonna work out. If the base was kind of in line with its lower RPM, that could actually be an interesting item, but man, this thing is kind of silly, the turmoil. It's also why I haven't really been using it much. Here, I just want to try that against Black Tusk, where we do have a lot of armor plates and stuff, and see how that feels. But even here, because we'll go through the armor plate and then turmoil kind of kicks back in. Although as well, we don't have it, which is actually also somewhat of a good thing against the armor plates. I'm not sure if that guy has frenzy. Because actually, if he doesn't have frenzy, eventually we'll kill him with just killing stuff downstairs here. It's kind of cool as well. I should recycle my turn. Also, I should have just put on some directives, but we're just being lazy. All I need is one Black Tusk named for the daily.
Hostile civilian target.
Serious trauma detected.
Why am I out here? And also, what happened to my drone?
Get down to the mall.
Especially with some of the frenzied enemies as well, just taking more shots to kill. If everything else isn't frenzied, it just melts them. At least from what was discussed there, it seems to be free talentable. It's one of these kind of like First Sight or Lexington. It's a name that, or Harvest. It's a name that has
The DC-62 we see on the street
stats instead of
exposure to weather. But this stuff is fresh. Black Tusk must have found a stockpile of sealed barrels somewhere.
sealed barrels. Why would you stick barrels into seals? Those poor animals.
Figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
This thing is kind of silly. I'm still surprised how many people were just like, no, this is shit. Although, yeah, if you're just looking at the baseline or just the talent by itself, but here, especially because it double dips, it's...
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel.
They need to fix that. That is not an acceptable trait. Because what it's basically doing, the glass is applying on the initial shot, and then that spread that happens, the glass and the detox both are applying to that as well. So that second shot is doing 43% more. This is also not 30 plus 10, it's 30 times 10, basically. It's 1.3 times 1.1. Which basically gives you, 20%. Like if you kind of average that out over both of it, basically, it's a 21.5% increase, which is an extra obliterate. Although, of course, not as controlled as obliterate. Definitely. But even when they, once they fix this, and it doesn't double dip on detox or glass and stuff like that, it still will have value. Because if you're just killing fast enough, this just saves you killing, you know, just... If I kill like 2 people over here and kill somebody over there, and I don't have to do this to like target them, there's value in that. Perfect close and personal, yeah, exactly. For all those MMRing, that would actually be funny to have with that. Maybe just an MMR that has like 5-meter optimal range or something. Just so you have to do sniper shotgunning. That could be a April Fool's item. Although that would actually still be pretty effective with Determined. But like does 5% of its damage if it's not in 5 meters.
Here we go.
You can have the real sniper shotgun.
Get to the plaza.
Zoom zoom. Ones were naked but not perfect naked. That's a quite change. Yeah. They've been enjoying those. Just doing stats. Understandable as well, because a lot of talents, it's too easy to kind of mess it up and just create a meta. Because as well, again, with these items, with this item again as well, kind of like with the whole discussion with First Sight, we don't want it per se to be the best stuff, because kind of like Lexington, it's not going to be available year round. At least unlike Lexington, it's going to be available more, but honestly, I'm kind of okay these kind of items just being some niche stuff. Because even, for instance, the First Sight does have some uses, even though it's a niche one, which is, for instance, with for Watch Alton. This is one of the better weapons you can get for Watch Alton, just because it is guaranteed high end. It is, well, not better, but easier. Yeah, this is guaranteed high end. It's gonna give decent stats the way that it drops, and it's available.
Engineered and mass-produce this liquid. No one could stand in our way.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious. Your actions here prevented a major war crime. I'm sure of it.
Wait, we prevented war crimes? Aww. I want to do war crimes. Let's be a Big Mac. So for several weapons, there is like the doesn't matter for the burst, of course, but for the sustain, if it has an extended mag, that's then shown like that. So the one without is without the +10, and then with is or +5 for that one. Although it would also be +20 for the others. Especially as well with the LMGs is the one where that matters the most. Actually, do I have that still in the Mars? I think I do, right? Yeah.
Capitol building. It's going to be a pain if they bet in.
So the Big Mag one is just especially a consideration for like the sustain side of things, but not the burst, of course. As is probably kind of said there as well. And indeed, funky fangirling ads. And indeed, it's the one and only tickle.
Thank you, Agent.
Actually, yeah, you know, what I should do actually is, you know, just give you a shout out there as those unfamiliar tickle as well, makes a lot of Division content and also heads up or well is a big part of a big community for people wanting to do raids and stuff like that. So I was about to mistype that actually. I was missing one O there. Just making sure. I mean, that's awesome. I know, but I want to. I don't need to indeed, but I want. So we will. For those unfamiliar, maybe. Because it's much more likely to be the other way around, honestly. As yeah, much bigger. Much bigger followership, let's say. Yeah, did I miss anything else in this conversation? Just making sure. DJ Pickle, indeed. Oh wait, did I actually? Oh no, right. Okay. For a second there, I thought I did actually. Although that one, yeah, as well. I just copied it. I've gotten into the habit of actually copying the names instead of trying to type them because, yeah, especially if you get them wrong, it's kind of extra wrong. Let's actually. I have a little bit more time. Let's actually farm this area. I want to kind of actually run thermals, kind of get a better feeling for them as well. So I got a few, although I'm going to reset the map, aren't I? Yeah. Let's change our directives. We'll take everything except Pistolero. And it is nighttime, so not much is going to spawn there, but hopefully something will be there. Although if nothing else as well, we'll have its zone. Yeah. You know what? Well, it's nighttime. Let's go get that control point. Actually, I might maybe full up on Habsburg parts. We'll see in a sec. No, I did definitely craft some down. Also, today I spent quite a quite a chunk of the day trying to make a macro that would auto buy and then auto deconstruct everything that it's like buying. Ran into a few interesting conundrums to fix with it because one of the things is with the other, or with the, I'm of course using the basis of it is the other crafting one, but in there what we're doing is just jamming on spacebar and G, and you know it works out basically. Because the G will only work if something is selected to be bought for the buy and equip. But then I had to figure out a way to come out of that and be in the same spot. Because if we just press like escape twice, that works for if it's like the item is selected, then it goes back one to the vendor and then it goes back out. But if we don't do that, if we're on the other screen where it's just selected, then one escape takes you back, one escape puts you in the menu like this, and then actually in here, if you press I, it doesn't take you to the inventory, it just closes this. But then I found the interesting trick, which is to go to the map. So I do one escape and then it goes to the map. So if you're at that point, I'm pretty proud of finding that one. So it goes to the map, and then if you have another escape, then comes back down, and then from here is the same. But then if you're in the vendor in the double thing, if you go back one escape and then press M, it does nothing. So that way we can guarantee that we're on the same spot. And then it just does like button presses to go down here. It selects this, goes in here, marks all as junk, and then deconstructs it. Because you can do that all with button presses and you don't need any mouse clicks. But especially the thing I was trying to figure out, and I have now, is just how to do counting in AutoHotkey, because it's counting how many times it's done the first macro basically, and then goes to the second one, which was actually pretty easy in the end. And they just needed to find the exact terminology that it wanted, which was actually looping and then until, which took me forever to find in there in the manual basically. I think Shadows finishes it warrior. I just generally do a shout out and then just copy paste the name. Because even there, some names are like, you know, close, but not the exact one. Quite often. I did used to do it like that, with just a shout out and then add. And then try to type it in. Does owning the year one pass give you extra project? No, this is from the season pass. So this is from this season. The current season 1 gives you 1 extra project. It's not worth it for just a project. It's like a thing on top. Only buy the season pass if you want the cosmetics, honestly. That's the
way to take them down one by one.
That's honestly the only right answer. I'm just gonna shoot the name, and everything else is also gonna die. As well, man. Just shoot the elite, and everything else is gonna die. So if you want to cheese it for now, like just run glass and turmoil, and just a decent weapon with it, and you're good. And over there. All that. Yep. That year one pass thing, really what it gets you is the extra stash space nowadays, and the classifieds. And the classifieds are, if you're really into the game and you can get it cheap, classifieds are worth doing once at least. But actually, yeah, let's maybe 200 do the classifieds. I was trying to do them like last week, but or the week before. I don't remember exactly, but recently. But it was a week that Kenley was open, and the lag from Kenley carries over into the classifieds. So that was not doable. So we kind of gave up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
That. We're definitely gonna spawn back there. Just gonna wait for my drone to get there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Hopefully, no. Like, hopefully I can get by it, but no. Anyway, shoot the frenzied enemies and it kills them all frenzied ones. Definitely.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Free exotique. I'll take one. Don't mind if I do. And it is a collector. Oh yeah, actually, oh well, here it's not from targeted source, but I was gonna say, like, I was about to say positive proof of it dropping from targeted heads, but yeah, we're not in chests. It just says upon that. But that thing is definitely, I've seen positive proof of it dropping as targeted, being the only exotic next to a non-targeted piece. Oh, did you guys bug out? Oh no, okay. Good. If you don't know if you could have done that without me, who am I to say if you could or not have done that without you?
Supply room access unlocked.
Also, not true the other way. I could definitely have done this without you guys. That does not go both ways. In fact, it would have been faster without you. I didn't have to wait for you guys. Also, today was the first time really using the new style macros, the buy and equip one and the yeah, let's get that one. We can spawn here, we could jump here as well. It's a hyena one. Next one is Hollywood anyway, so it doesn't matter what faction it is. Might as well get a few hyenas. But yeah, those and the right-click X craft. Both of those macros are so much faster than old macros. Especially the right-click crafting is... It's interesting that it took us years to figure that out. With the amounts we've crafted as well.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
No. That's the downside. Didn't have the single target damage for this lady. But I did have the hide for her. So it's
detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh no, hey, hyenas spawning on this side. So they can spawn this side.
Serious trauma.
This Orient's rounds suck. Well, hyenas is actually the faction that I would turn it off for the most.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Poorly modeled edge there.
That was the last one.
Let's do. Should I actually recycle? Freeze yourselves on the controller and that control point. Which control point was that? Oh, New Venice? Can freeze yourself? Oh, is it one of those like you're dropping kind of out of bound things? You mean? I haven't crawled around there enough. I feel. Would the control point be faster? I think actually the control point might be faster. Also, less likely to have patrols along the way. Screaming anxiety almost as bad as one. Nice program. I mean, in general, I will just, yeah. Who cares about... I'm running glass here. Health gates are just gonna... That's my only armor, really. But yeah, my inventory is usually full. Actually, it is handy when you're doing activities and stuff because the loot that will come from this will also just drop to the ground. So it doesn't instantly go to my inventory. So there's even benefits to it. Actually, I realize now that this will also split, of course. That'll be interesting with like golden bullet or something.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh. Let's get this first.
That showed him.
Let's get our loot downstairs as well. Should actually pop, does it actually despawn that? Let's pop a bounty somewhere else. Oh, this one's from the daily, actually. Should go clean that up. What we'll do is save this for maybe with Hollywood of cleaning up. Let's actually go get these two. No, let's go get that. Yeah, let's go get these two. Those are three outcasts. He hates them. Yeah. Although, yeah, without special ammo on, they're the easiest faction, honest. Oh, well, outcast is generally easier. But hyenas don't do smart things at all. Neither do outcasts that much, but outcasts on top of it also have just poor life choices where they carry their CC around. Every day is bring your own CC to work day.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That it?
A little bit outside of optimal. Let's not be this far out of it. You know what this needs? Overdrive.
Detected. Nearby location.
Even more RPM and damage. Should actually remember to use overdrive more often than I do. Because even at full, of course, it's still an extra amount on top. I need one more, really. I need one more pickup for my drone, and closest one is that one. Just way too far away. Wait in 2 years and I'm downloading it. Now, what do you recommend I do to get the best gear? Have you considered giving me all your money? No. No, granted, Countdown nowadays is really good for getting loot. What you can do is just from here, you can matchmake for it. And you can generally matchmake for challenging. This is one of the better places to get gear. It basically matchmakes you into an 8-man kind of raid kind of thing. Just follow the other people around and do what they're doing. The nice thing about there as well is if you go to here and on the bottom it says select targeted loots, you can just pick whatever targeted loot you want it to be. So if you're looking for ARs, you can just set it to ARs and just have ARs and drop a lot there.
Hey, Agent, what's up?
The 3 simple things to remember for Countdown is, first of all, just follow the team and do kind of what they're doing. Secondly, don't use damaging skills, especially around the hunters. But starting out, just don't use damaging skills. Use like CC, use like Pulse, use Revive Hive, stuff like that. But don't use turrets or drones and stuff like that. Because there are hunters in there and they will hack them. That's actually only really at the start and at the end. But in general, just avoid them in general. Just so you don't accidentally have them by the end and you just pop a...
Serious trauma detected.
Pop something that might get everybody killed.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, I forgot about my drone.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Oh, and the third one is don't call in at the end. Everybody has the option to call in the extraction. You don't do that till the last 5 seconds because that ends part is kind of it can be farmed and most teams will just sit there and kind of farm a few of the choppers. So during the extraction, just starting out, just leave it to other people. They'll do it likely. And otherwise, just wait till the last 5 seconds. There's a lot more to it, but that's the basic. Like, that'll get you through your countdowns starting out. And yeah, just matchmake for challenging. There is heroic as well, but heroic kind of requires actually having a build and stuff set up. And then as for builds go, because I should maybe do that as well. I'll link there to the recommended build list, which has, as you may guess from the names, is just silly builds that actually nobody should use. Yeah, no, it's builds that come recommended. It's kind of in the name. I guess, but no. I'm like, yeah, cleaners. I think Black Tusk as well has a lot of tools to kind of get you out of there. Actually, yeah, why am I going for activities here? Actually, I'm going to go for public executions or not really anything else. Nah. I want to do the other daily. We just reset the map here because we have that option. That will make this green or from green to red, making stuff spawn there more consistently. Because I only really grabbed that for just to have something to do for a sec. And try to watch the world burn. Exactly. If you want to win, don't do that. If you want to lose, do that. But yeah, if you just wanna lose, then because wherever there are hunters, you generally don't want to be pulling out skills in their face. Yeah, let's go maybe do this propaganda while stuff is spawning. Although actually I think stuff spawned there already. I know that was a line.
Hostile control point nearby.
Actually, I'm just gonna... Oh, it's on cooldown first. I was gonna say I'm just gonna overdrive here, but... Shared space. Cooldown reset. There's gear checks in the game. Can be rough for beginners. Yeah, it's more also one that you can, you know, get yourself to a little bit too early. Although, because you can matchmake for it and like even not do anything and kind of get carried through it. Like that can happen. It's just less likely. Basically, heroic countdown requires kind of 3 agents to be on point. 3 agents to actually really be trained, at the very least, or 4, and you know, it's a little bit more casual at 4 out of the 8. That's still like not as bad as like a raid or anything, but yeah, you can much more easily get into that. Should I maybe actually not set them on fire? The thing dropped the key.
Access key detected. Progress halted. Manual override required.
RC car. Even if you're running.
Progress resumed.
Although, well, it kind of depends as well. During the weekend stuff is not too bad, but especially weekends it can be horrible. It can be very hit and miss in general, yeah. That's also why, yeah, generally for even myself, I don't go heroic unless I'm like with a few players, so yeah.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Guaranteeing our because also it's basically not per se worth it
Override required.
To go heroic, because the loot is a little bit better quality, so the stats that it drops with is a tiny bit better, and you get a little bit more the countdown currency for a completed run, and especially with a good team it can be around the same time, or an heroic and a challenging. But if you basically fail even one run or something during extraction, that like you have it's in the favor of challenging, basically. Let's find that. You can get by with. We've done it quite often, where especially like once we reach like 6 players or something of uncoordinated, you know, where we're kind of on comms and stuff. We've let sometimes like just some randoms which really shouldn't have been in there. Just stay, just because. On average, basically, I need like 6. 4, I mean, to be kind of on point. Especially for the extraction. Although with modifiers nowadays as well, that helps quite a bit. Like last season's modifier was really great for it. Like it made any extraction trivial, so it was basically not even a heroics were pretty easy. So it kind of depends also on those kind of things.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Too close.
We just shot one guy and killed everybody else.
Time to go home.
I'll be curious to see actually if these will still feel okay once the double dipping is fixed, or if big if as well. Do you ever do a seasonal modifier guide? At the start of a season, I did not per se a guide, but just the in-depth look into it. If you want to have a look through it, I do explain most of the things in there, but most of the seasonal stuff is actually, like, to me, I feel it's pretty self-evident. You just read through the stuff, and actually I should have a Reaper scan. I didn't realize. But in that video, I go over every modifier and stuff and kind of lay that. But also the things to go for with this season especially is you just go overdrive. It's super easy. You just trigger it. You get more damage and it charges you all the way up. And then especially pulses are really good. That's why I'm running the drone here. That's making this so much easier. Just we're taking microwave coils. Reaper isn't even really needed, but microwave coils just... But yeah, that's one of the last ones you unlock with the journey. And then the kinetic momentum one, or even more. And then unlike last season, this season is very much mostly about just the main modifier giving damage. And then the other stuff is mostly there to get you more, or... And some of them are damage, but it's not just weapon damage. More like situationally seeker damage or drones. You can make the assault drone do more.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Anyway, because yeah, checking the SHE level means not much. Like, just as often there is a 20k that is like on a shitty build, and then
Hostile control point nearby.
a sub 1k that actually follow the striker guide and has a like decently set up striker. Because you should always check build. Like trying to check for level is... Because even beyond the build, even, you know, it depends who's piloting it. But even a well set up build is, you know, in the hands of an idiot is still not going to give good results. Let's go clean out that one. We'll just grab some activities here and then round it out. Anyhow, so hello there, Minnie. Okay, I can just gear check let's do what's trying. I mean, at that point, just do challenging. Because on challenging, it doesn't really matter. One player with a decent build, which, you know, could be you in that case. Like, not you as in you, but the person, the person matchmaking for challenging. Because one person can kind of carry a challenging countdown if they have to. There's a good build coming in. Yeah. And as well with countdown, even like you could be inspecting someone and they could have just been, you know, they could have just been on, I mean, here, I'll inspect I underscore Kia. And that's not the underscore. My alt account. I was on a watch alt. You might see this. You would kick me, right? So, but then you go to this, and this, oh well, I wouldn't per se run this in Canton, but you go to a different, and like, and even then there's even a delay, so it might not even be the build that they are currently equipped with. You can kind of check in the social thing, in the radio UI thing, so if they have, you can see what, like in the, when the raid UI is up, you can in this corner kind of see what gear set they have like equipped and stuff. So. That's a kind of a bombing set. There's a.
I hate.
I hate levels. Oh yeah.
Hey, where's the rest of the division?
Yeah. heard his footsteps earlier, and I was, oh, where is he actually? Now we have some striker stacks.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Ski detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
One shot too many. And when there's one enemy remaining, the thing doesn't have a downside either as well. The turmoil, because it's splitting the damage and then still getting the double dipping, and then also applying both onto one enemy. So.
JTF.
Yeah, let's go get that public, and then likely we'll get one more bounty out of it. Remember, there's yeah. Okay, you should know enough. It's not even about knowing enough, because some players are just, you know, I know plenty of players that just never, like, they're not that interested in getting good aim or stuff like that, because that's also a thing. Like, you know, how much you get on target. Like me, they're missing basically a mag and a half almost.
Serious trauma detected.
It's kind of fucking me up here. Also, I'm leaving this guy, which is Frenzy, way too long.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But even beyond that, just having like the tool set of knowing how to position and stuff like that. Because you might have a level 30, or, you know, SHE level 30 guy that might be coming from a different game, but he knows those kind of basics. You know, the basics of positioning, of like trading up, stuff like that. You know, how to fight something that is stronger than you or has more health at the current time than you. And then, you know, aim well. Someone like that can completely trans somebody that is, you know, level 20k but shitty build and doesn't really know what they're doing.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. Immediate medical
I don't
assistance
have a
needed.
hive yet.
How much longer we would have lasted.
Let's get these as well then. Another completion. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's go get cleaned up. Oh, actually, yeah, what did the sun become? Because it reset actually yesterday, right? Not even today.
Combat simulation
I
program
don't even know how it's
active.
possible. Like, what now? Romance for life. Oh yeah. Although yeah, there's people nowadays like, oh no, it does resets tomorrow. So yeah, it was gluttony. So yeah, it resets in 20 or changes in 20 minutes or 25 minutes. Not gonna stay up for that. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, it's now summertime, and everything has shifted by an hour.
Hey, agent. Thanks for the business.
Because for the game, they don't do summer and stuff. Summertime and wintertime. That doesn't mean they have the experience. She's not, yeah, kind of. Kind of like the way I've been going through conflict. Like, I'm not great at conflict or anything, but I can like get a kill or two here or there and have like a barely positive KD ratio, and that will get me through. That doesn't ever mean that I'm gonna be of the tier of someone else that really does that and like is also really like pushing to become better in that.
Hello there.
But luckily as well, like challenging content exists and is proficient, like it's good enough as well. And then if you have a good team, that's when you bump it up to heroic. We do have, why is my inventory still this full? What? I feel this character likely has a bunch of stuff that they shouldn't. That's weird. Let's put them on that for now, though. I'll leave them there. Let me catch up on some of these last ones. Although, actually, let me go and find where we're going raiding today, as we'll send everybody off in a minute on the Twitch end. They've been going for a while. Are they kind of looking? Wait, what am I even looking at? Oh, that's Potomac. Second there, I was trying to like I never go to the right side on Potomac. I don't know. I realize I don't recognize it right away. I'll send everybody to Hot Adams there, as we haven't raided them in a while. I don't know. It's actually for the game. I wouldn't say experience only. Right, yeah. It's also kind of depends. Like plenty of people, like there's also nothing wrong with that per se. Like I invest way too much time into this, for instance, and others with me as well. But that doesn't mean that that is the reality for most people. A lot of people will just go like, you know, it's a game. I just play it to wind down, which is a perfectly acceptable thing to say. There's nothing per se wrong with that. The only issues more come like if they're not in line sometimes with, you know, with the idea of the group. Like if the group is doing an incursion and one person is in there of like, oh, I just want to have fun, so I'm just running, you know, 6-piece negotiator. That's more usually when kind of chafes. But also, yeah, it's not even just knowing the game and stuff. Some people are just, you know, they have a really good hand-eye coordination. They already from, you know, playing just shooters a lot will come in and just have like innately, or they've trained themselves to have like positioning kind of locked down. And then it's just, hey, let's understand how we apply this in Division. Because I've definitely seen players that are like 200, 300 and they outperform their gear and like what you would expect of like that SHD. And then there is like 20Ks that are running, I don't know, explosive delivery on their chest or something. Or tamper proof at 10K. So, because, you know, and then they shock two things at every other control point with a turret, which pretending, yes. Yeah, some of the highest person or people that have been like grinding for forever, they're closer to 100K nowadays. For instance, in my case as well, like I could be in the 35Ks if I had taken all of the 5 times XPs and stuff. Usually with the 5 times XP, I just take a break from the game. So, for instance, even. So, 50K is definitely like, I'm willing to bet if I just look at my list now, there's definitely somebody above that. Oh, no, actually, no. Because I have like 3 people in my list that are, and usually they're on quite a lot, but actually, yeah, it's pretty late now. So they'll be at bed on a Wednesday. Right. Makes sense. Indeed. Is there SHD cap? No, not in a realistic sense. That number will likely at some point roll over. I'm gonna guess it's either gonna be and like it's likely gonna be the same as the damage number. So if you ever reach 2 billion, 100 million, whatever it is, likely then it will roll over back to 0. Or well, it will go from that number to the negative of that number. And then we'll start counting back up. Kind of like the damage number things. But not a practical number that anybody will ever, even if you were to cheat it or something, would you ever reach it? Should give you a new. Well, they do give an arm badge up to 10k. But also, I mean, 10k is, or well, 9k technically. But yeah, beyond that, yeah, they don't. But also that would kind of suck because that would like incentivize. There's also, for instance, in the game files, there's for Descent, there's a top 20 patch, there's a top 100 patch. They're likely not going to implement stuff like that because yeah, it would just be, it would only benefit cheaters basically. Is the highest share level? Is there a way to check? No. Well, not in everything, but you can check Tracker GG. Any person that has ever been tracked, their SHG level will show up at the last time they've been tracked. But that doesn't per se include everybody. There are people in the millions, but those are all cheated. So much. Is your screen shaking? Yeah. As in, I mean, it's always going to be an integer. Like, there's no way to have this number not be an integer stored somewhere. So. But yeah, likely it's the same, because that's 32 bits signed integer, right? Is the 2 billion mark. But yeah, no one's gonna ever reach that. Even if you were to get a level per second, that's beyond, like, that's a dozen years or something. Minus, yeah, we've seen minus levels actually. They have happened in shenaniganery ways. But only on newer accounts where, yeah, you could lose levels with a few ways. No, Anubis is still going, right? But also, well, it depends on legit, right? Because he has done floor 10. Has he done? I'm actually not sure if he's done. Don't know his history well enough. He's done like Anderson and stuff. But he's at the very least like not bad. Definitely didn't do Descent, but I think in this case. But even then, for instance, in the past, like open world farming now is less profitable than in the past. Because yeah, the convoy farming could get you a lot higher numbers than current public execution farming. I'm pretty sure he did floor 10, which, you know, for some is also contentious at the very least. What do you mean? But yeah, there's been times where you could like get, for instance, now still Canly exists. There is other ways that have already been found where you can just passively or well, not passively, but just very easily just get levels per hour. It's not per se faster than active farming, especially with some things like bounty cheesing and stuff, but it's consistent and you can do it for a lot. And then there's been things like actually Descent initially had a bug where you could join on people, and yeah, that could get you thousands upon thousands of levels. I see. Automod did not like that one, but I'll allow it. I don't like the word molesting, which yeah, I could see. Do Anderson allow? Yeah, I didn't think either. But those would be more contentious as cheating. But floor 10, for instance, does exist at convoy farming in the past. Floor 10 and floor 10 eventually got like labeled as like and fixed basically, but got labeled as this was unintended, but not per se like cheating, kind of exploit levels. But Anderson and Lau definitely were. Kenley currently kind of fits the bill as well. But Descent was like the worst one, where people get thousands upon thousands of levels. And it's not bannable? No, people have been banned for it and stuff. Oh, you were with the old damage glitch? Yeah, that was a ban wave, and later on as well. After Fei Lao, there was also a ban wave. Would kill the community. Debatable. I mean, the community is still here and going. So, nobody got banned. I mean, different. Like, I don't know the situation there. I don't think it's just floor 1 and floor, yeah. I need a Pudgy. Floor 10. This is legit now, yeah. Well, even at the time, the difference between floor 10 and the other ones was how much it required, it's a difference between like, just, well, I consider Headhunter to be just as broken. I consider Determined to be some level above that, right? Because Determined takes away the skill as well. At least for Headhunter, you still need to like get the headshots in. Same for floor 10. You needed to actually work together as a team and like do the strats well to get a lot out of it. With Anderson and Fei Lao was just everybody's just, you could literally macro it. You could just have an macro that just left clicked, and you would just pull out the oxy and let that macro run. So that's the kind of the difference between them as well. That because of that, they were perceived differently, because one of them really actually fought to get the most out of it. Because if you just went in solo and just tried to like do it with a red build, you would come out with like 10 levels per hour or something. Maybe 20 levels per hour, but a really oiled together team could get like 80 per hour. It's better to have the community that yeah. Advanced for it. Well, yeah. If anybody that kind of did like overuse it, but also yeah. Now, of course, but in general, like yeah, if you exploit, you kind of have to. Especially in the entire clan, I would hope one person would have stood up and gone like, "Hey guys, are we the baddies?" At some point. There's a gain and advantage. That's not like that's actually just. That would be cheating outside, but cheating doesn't per se mean like exploit doesn't mean out of the there's duping and stuff with through in-game means in a lot of things. Like, you generally don't use outside means, but you use shenanigans to get to that point. So Division, for instance, doesn't have duping, but duping in general, that would still be considered an exploit. Match made with them. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a case to be made for that they maybe like got a few people wrongly and they didn't get a few people as well. But the thing that definitely was there was that, yeah, you needed to have multiple interactions with, or through cheating, or have benefited multiple times kind of from it, which kind of pushed it. Well, that's maybe a little bit too harsh there, but thing with it as well, it was for most people a temporary ban plus rollback, right? Like, a few people got perma banned that really abused it. Because also a warning went out, and it was especially the people that kind of went over the warning, both with that and fail out. Like, the only perma bans that were there were people that excessively did it after a warning. If I remember with the damage glitch as well. Definitely with fail out that was the case. But I remember with the damage glitch as well. Basically, there was a message going out of like, hey, don't do it. And then a bunch of people still kept doing it. Blizzard racing. Yeah. There's just servers, so that's why. Well, not just that, they were also just more excessive than. Also less, it didn't require any real input. You could literally macro it. Like, I knew people that were doing it and they were openly talking about it. I was just in the Discords. And it was just a left click macro. Like, that was all that it was. For fail out. Because fail out as well, once you got it running, Anderson had the timer at least. So you had to reset after each a little bit, but fail out didn't. There's a glitch and spreading the word. Yeah. And they were all like, there's a reason a bunch of YouTubers have a stigma with with discussing cheating. That's also why I generally just don't. Like, I know a bunch of still active like cheats now. They're not even hard to know about. But yeah, for instance, Kenley didn't get fixed. Well, we'll put that one out there. But everybody as well that went to Kenley last, or whenever it was open or was trying to do any of the classifieds would have known that as well. If nothing else, the servers are way too laggy for it to not be going. Yeah. Well, it would also be nice if, like, especially nowadays, more Q&A happens, and also if, because I'm wondering as well, like, is it just that the ETF isn't catching all these things, or is it that the ETF doesn't know to even catch these things nowadays? But that's also a thing that they're kind of relying on, right? So, it gives you an advantage. There's no point to explain. Yeah, exactly. Although, well, they do inherently mean different things, but yeah, they're similar at least. Because also, for instance, a glitch technically could happen to you without it being you. That's why we use, But yeah, I've been using any glitches or actually exploiting them. But yeah, the defense of like it's not third-party software or something doesn't hold up. Indeed. Exploit as well, but it doesn't necessarily translate to an advantage. But it's an exploit. They did not give an advantage with what was the incursion world record when when incursion originally kind of was going. Because yeah, the out of bounds in there was being exploited for really easy incursions and stuff, for instance. But yeah, that was then, for instance, a very specific case. But out of bounds can, for instance, as well get you. But those as well, they wouldn't, for instance, because even, for instance, the use of third party, for instance, I put a video with macros. But the thing is as well, the intent and like what damage it does and stuff like that. Like that's why we have judges, right? We don't just go, this is the law, this is the rule, and you did this many kilometers per hour over the speed limits, so you get this many days in jail, right? You had a pregnant wife that was in labor. Okay, so you deserve an exception. Stuff like that. Same, for instance, yeah, with those macros, like I'm perfectly fine putting those out. Actually, I saw Rossi going like, "Hey, people should watch out with these. You can get banned," and I disagree that you could. Worst case, that would be a warning at the very least first. Like if they went like, "Hey, we don't want any persons doing this," they'll put out a public warning first, and then any repeat offenders would get hit afterwards. Because I know people that have been banned, not banned, they've been warned for using it for rifles in the past. That's also why I just didn't use it for rifles at all. For getting rifles to be auto. In the dark side, always shooting across the map. Never negative bad damage. For free. I mean, the damage glitch in itself is no fun for getting used. Like the core conceit of all these games is that, or any like MMO style game where loot matters and stuff, is the second that duping exists, the second that an unfair advantage of getting gear too fast and stuff exists, kind of like with the crafting bug, for instance, that kind of breaks the whole like gameplay loop of the game. Same for most of the people that I know, for instance, that did the SHD glitch and stuff. They kind of fell out of love with the game because now they didn't have that goal. Because for a lot of people, just getting that SHD number up, not per se like getting a super high SHD, but just continuously like chipping away at a higher SHD is in itself kind of a thing that brings you back to the game, right? It's kind of just, just one more level kind of thing. And there is a subtext of addiction to that. The second that you completely break those things, you kind of break the whole loop of the game, kind of. And that's why, yeah, they do ban for that. The thing is that, yeah, people can cheat, and then, for instance, in the DZ and stuff, or just even in missions, I know there's even people that put up YouTube videos where they're like just walking through a mission and just rapid fire nemesis and everything dies instantly, and they're at the funny thing is as well, in there they're also only always capped at plus 20 movement speed, because that seems to be a check that the game has. But yeah, they're just opening a door and just their nemesis auto fires 50 rounds and everything's dead. But that wouldn't be fun. Like, but the part of it is keeping the cohesion of kind of the conceit of, you have to do things to get things, and you build on those things, and number goes up while you play. Because the damage glitch was also no fun. Like, also not for others, of course, as well. Because it made everything way too easy. When everything is also too easy, when there is no challenge, that will also, take away any challenge of the game. That's also why every time we do have a seasonal modifier, I'm kind of like, I hope they don't completely mess it up. Last season's one came pretty close, actually, to being a little bit too much and making the game basically not fun to play. Just the core gameplay of it. But then it was at least a little bit saved by But yeah, continuous like global events and stuff like that. Let me get you on some of these. They will like they will ban cheaters and stuff, but there's only a limited amount. Like cheating itself is so advanced that it's at some point it becomes just like, okay, the only way you're allowed to play if you come play at like a designated place where we have a guard behind you that if you try to cheat, it'll punch your face in. Because yeah, you can't stop the cheating. I mean, so many games try to, and yeah. These are software programs that aren't even made to like, you know, like the software that runs a nuclear station or something. Yeah, that needs to be perfect. This is a video game. It doesn't need to be. Also, yeah, I'm being a chatty bitch. We're just basically in just chatting mode. Let me get some of these last one. I see the Twitch side is on ad break. They're all bannable. Yeah. At least Oswald, they do seem to be banning at least some of the people that especially use it in PvP. But less on PvE, I've noticed. No. I mean, yeah. I mean, cheating is in itself like so many in speedrun communities, in PvP communities and stuff like that. They just want the unfair advantage. Let me catch up on some of these. And actually, wait. I need to check actually if we can still. Oh, actually, oops. The raid UI, I stayed in it so long that it didn't know what it was doing anymore. What's happening here? Okay. They're just sitting still. Yeah, let me get you some of these last ones. Hey, where can I find rock and roll? Countdown never drops. Agreeing from January. So yeah, the rock and roll will not drop in Countdown. It is a DZ/PvP item. If you go to that second one in those link, so the named item sourcing guide. I should put that in the YouTube chat as well, because that takes you here. I'll bring that here. That'll take you here. There's two images here, and they show actually which items can drop. And the shotgun. We can go to the big picture actually. Let's go to that. The rock and roll, as you can see, there is under DZ/PvP, or actually DZ, but yeah, DZ is also DZ/PvP. So it can't drop in Countdown. The most common place you'll get it is from named caches. There's a list up here as well that kind of says where you can get those kind of items. Also keep in mind that the rock and roll isn't per se required. You can replace it with an ACS, a good rolled ACS, and then with brazen or other things. So you need to actually play that or something. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of players actually. I've seen a bunch of. I've actually bookmarked a few of them to see if they ever get banned or something. I've reported even a few of them, but it seems to be that, especially if it's not a PvP related, they don't often ban quickly. I know, it's kind of Pomix said the same thing there. And there was one that allowed a lot of things that limits what you can use. In theory, you could finish actually the finals with some even faster. Well, there's even beyond that, of course, because not so much for Division, but yeah, you could, if there was, because there are glitches specifically that can increase the damage, or like cheat software basically that can underlyingly for instance, make double shots happen and stuff. That would be pretty hard to actually catch, and even if used kind of live or even like in a group setting or something, like if somebody's using it, you wouldn't per se notice that more damage is happening than should. Whereas the RPM and stuff can actually be client-side influenced, which is kind of annoying. That's what I'm doing. Encourages me. No, Unbrazen ACS is indeed one of the better picks. Numbers of literature the same as using a trainer to teleport or something. Just finish us. Well, oh, you mean in general, or do you mean to like just? But the execution is the thing. Like most of them require like very specific execution and such, and you know there's world records tied to them. So. But there's always, of course, a list as well of like these are kind of allowed, these aren't. But yeah, let's end it here because yeah, I do need to get to bed, and I'm just sitting here being and just chatting basically. We'll send everybody off to Hot Adams, who's doing federal emergency. He's having the federal's emergencies, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening, and we'll continue on then. But actually, yeah, I might go for some of those classifieds unless the Sand has something good for us. We might maybe spend some hours there otherwise. And then, yeah, Saturday I'll be away for the whole day as I'll be working, but I'll be back on Sunday. And then Monday we'll jump into Division 1 for that whole week, likely. Just spend some time with some global eventing there. But for now, enjoy Hot Adams. Hot Adams is also in a hot spot as he's fighting the fires. I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.